ACC Swimming and Diving Championships return to Greensboro, North Carolina. The University of Virginia women have won 14 of the last 16 ACC titles. They look to continue their recent domination. Meanwhile, the North Carolina State men have won back-to-back ACC titles. They look for the elusive three-peat. It's the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. They hit the pool next. The ACC Network presents the 2024 ACC Swimming and Diving Championship from Greensboro, North Carolina. And we welcome you to one of the great pool facilities in all the country. It's the Greensboro Aquatic Center, and they are ready for a wonderful week. And our action begins tonight with these events: the 200 free relay, the 500 free, all men's and women's competition, the 200 individual medley, the 50 free, and then we'll get a look at the 1 meter diving on the women's side. I'm Craig Minervini, Amy Van Dyken, the 6-time Olympic gold medalist. Pleasure to be next to you, and later Jason Bauman joins us for the diving action. All right, day one is in the books through 3 events. Here's where we stand. North Carolina had an outstanding first day. However, Virginia, the team to beat here, won 14 out of 16, is only 5 points back and only 5 points separate the top 3. First of 2 relays, this is the B consolation final, but important points here, Amy, for the swimmers to pick up in the competition. And we are underway. Good to have you aboard with us.
Oh, these relays are so much fun, Craig. But something that's really unnerving with this is everyone's swimming at 50. Everyone is coming in there, humming as hot as possible. You've got to make sure that your finish is clean so that the girl or the guy on the blocks is able to get a nice, clean start. All of those starts were wonderful. I didn't see any problems right there. Georgia
Tech is in lane 3, FSU in lane 4, and North Carolina furthest from you, that's lane 5. And they had that terrific day one with 159 points to lead the way. And one guy excited about that is their head coach, Mark Gangloff.
Look at this as we are coming up on the 3rd leg. We have got basically a dead heat between North Carolina and Georgia Tech. Turns so important. Oh, right there, North Carolina kind of went a little too shallow, and you could see her almost smack her head on that wave that was coming in.
Still with the lead though, but it's slim over Georgia Tech.
Oh, and right there, look at that. I am telling you what, it was so good to see Julian Ferrari from Georgia Tech. Look at that, she is putting a run on the money right there. Let's see if they can pull it out.
North Carolina in a close one with Georgia Tech coming in second.
It was a nice relay by these ladies. They should be really excited for that. You know, you've got the 200 free relay here, and then you've got the 50 free later on in the program this evening. So these ladies get a nice warm up here before that event. Hanging out in the water.
Outstanding. And the beat goes on here for the Tar Heels.
Yes, it does. Listen, they are swimming really well. Not just are they leading in the point standing right now after the first day, which was yesterday, they are swimming really well. I will also say, when we come up along the men's, we're going to see a lot of surprising teams that we haven't talked about yet, and I'm excited for that.
So good job there by Delaney Carlton for North Carolina. Now heat 2.
Oh, the march out. This is always so fun, but Craig, I'll tell you what, this is the first race for a lot of these women, and this is nerve-wracking, right? You've got this crowd out here, you've got us here, you've got the cameras. They've got to make sure that they take that adrenaline, calm it down just a little bit, and that's where they're going to use that first 25. Just nice and easy. You don't have to spin your wheels. You've already got that adrenaline flowing.
We'll set the lanes for you. In lane 1, it's the University of Miami. Duke is in lane 2, NC State lane 3, Virginia lane 4, Louisville lane 5, Virginia Tech 6, Notre Dame in 7th, and in the 8th lane it's Pitt. They'll be led by Sophie Yandel.
Keep an eye right now on lane 3, and that is going to be NC State. You're going to see Catherine Burkhoff leading off. We know her mostly as a backstroker, as her dad was David Burkhoff in the 80s. He was a phenomenal backstroker, gold medalist. But here is Catherine, his daughter. Last night in the relay, her split was a 20.4. She is leading off this relay. Whatever she does on this relay will count as an individual time. So if she can break an American record, she'll break the American record.
She's a 5-time ACC champion. In fact, each of the last 4 years in the 100 backstroke.
Yeah, it's so fun to see her swim this 50 free. She's also a sprinter in backstroke, but flip it over onto your stomach, and she is also spectacular.
And Coach Braden Holloway told us the most sarcastic athlete he's ever coached.
I believe that. Nice clean start. Now Catherine Burkhoff, lane 3. She's going to use all that 15 meters. She's got to come up right there by that red that she just passed. And again on the other side. She is known for her underwaters, as was her father. And look at that, just so beautiful as she gets ready to hand it off to a teammate.
A good start. Burkhoff giving her team a very slim lead. Virginia's right there though. And Gretchen Walsh. Walsh, one of the great swimmers of all time in the college history. And she now has the edge.
And she just gave it to her sister, Alex Walsh, who we're going to be watching. These ladies are spectacular. I love the way that they swim so steady. You could put a full glass of water on the back of Alex Walsh's head and it would not spill. That's how still she is.
Alex, the senior, with the lead. And the handoff to Maxine Parker to try and bring it home here for Virginia.
Looking so good. Look at that. You can definitely see a difference in those strokes. Here is Parker. Look at that. She's got her head down. Water's going right over it. Nice high elbows. Can she get in there? Will she get a record tonight?
Final 5 yards. She's got it. Her first 2 years at Georgia. Oh, 2 great years at Virginia. Maxine Parker finishing it off here for the Cavaliers.
What an outstanding swim.
123.63.
And let's look at this. I mean, look at them celebrate. Well, look at this right here. This is how we all started it off. Everyone was looking right in the middle of the pool, as they should. And here comes the finish. Look at this, Parker. Watch this. Dive onto your side. Oh, you know what? I'm going to nitpick right there. She could get on her side, put her ear to her bicep, and she could get just a little bit faster. But again, nitpicking because that was beautiful.
So Virginia, the team to beat here, as we mentioned, have won 14 of the last 16. Here's a look at the race results. As you see, Virginia, Louisville second, NC State third, then Duke fourth, as far as the top 4 are concerned.
That was a great time, by the way, Craig. So they not only got the meet record, the conference record, and the American record.
Wow.
So we're going to start it off with a little AMREC, as we call it.
We've seen them here so far. There was one this morning. We saw yesterday in the first 3 events, records broken left and right. Your mark was broke by 1 second.
Well, it took 10. Well, it took 20.
Been broken a few times. Right?
I said 10 years, 30 years to bring it down by 1 full second. There have been women who have broken it in between there, of course, but just showing you how tight the 50 free really is.
Maxine Parker is joining us. What a finish, and you put up 3 records to boot. Maxine, how'd you do it here in the first one of the evening?
I think just the girls are really feeding off of each other's energy. Seeing Gretchen go in 19 right before I dove in really makes you believe in yourself and believe in what our team is doing. So it's really exciting for us.
Now you talk about that energy, you talk about that excitement. We've got a few days left. How do you harness it so that you can continue that for the rest of the meet?
I think you just try to make it help you believe in yourself and everyone around you. Seeing everyone do amazing is definitely helps you have faith in yourself.
Good job, Maxine. Congratulations. We'll see you throughout the week.
Thank you.
Cavaliers do it again. And they are celebrating. Boy, they're getting used to that, and they love it. They are the team to beat here on the women's side, no doubt about it. We'll turn our attention to the men's 200 free when we return to the 2024 ACC Swimming and Diving Championship. And we welcome you back here to the 2024 ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. Pleasure to be here at the Greensboro Aquatic Center. It's beautiful here, and the athletes are ready to get going. We'll turn our attention out to the men's competition. Great first day for Notre Dame. They've got the lead, but it's a good battle. NC State, Pitt, North Carolina. Don't forget about those other teams. It's anybody's game here, Amy, as we get set for the 200 free in the men's competition.
And Notre Dame has been swimming really fast this year, so this is going to be a fun relay to watch them in.
Are they a surprise?
Yes, they have not swum this fast in so long. It's so good to see.
Fighting Irish joined the ACC in 2014. So we'll have heat 1 with 3 in the 200 free. Duke, front of your screen, lane 3. Milo Shu will lead them off. University of Pittsburgh in lane 4. Stephen Goncharov, their lead swimmer, and then it's North Carolina, lane 5, led by Walkus Daver. He'll lead the quartet of swimmers. First of 2 heats.
Again, you've got to have a nice clean start because you don't want to be the guy that rolls your start and false starts your entire relay. Really nice starts right there, and make sure that they come up by that nice red buoy there. A problem that you're going to see here in the men's relay, this 200 free relay, they're moving so fast. Do you see that wall of water? These guys, swimmers on the blocks have got to get underneath that wall of water so it doesn't smack them in the face. It really is something they've got to practice all the time.
Hussey for North Carolina. Sanchez for Pittsburgh. Johnson, Blake Johnson, keep an eye on him in lane 3 for Duke.
There they are right now. And again, you can see the swimmers up on the blocks. You've got to have a nice clean finish so that they can get a great start.
Pitt's got the lead at the halfway point.
Got to have a good turn right here because I will tell you what, some of those starts were not awesome, but that underwater right there was awesome.
Lewis Dram making a move for North Carolina in lane 5.
This is the final turn. It's all who wants it the most because they flipped at exactly the same time.
Goretz for Pittsburgh, lane 4. McGrady for Duke, and it's Pokey for North Carolina. And the Tar Heels get in there first. Nice job again for the University of North Carolina. Finished off there nicely. What a job.
Great job. Look at that. That is something that you have to work hard to do. That water smack, you can't just do it on any swim. You have to have a great swim. And of course that smile. I love to see that. And they're going to get out, celebrate with each other. That was a really good race. I will say the finish was not the best finish, but again, you know, they were winning by a ton.
Pitt had a slight lead at the midpoint of the race.
Yes.
How did the Tar Heels pull it away?
Listen, it was all starts. They were absolutely perfect. Their turns were on point. You can definitely tell that they work on those little things every single day. That's what wins that relay right there.
All right, A final, heat number 2.
Can you imagine walking by that puff of smoke out there? See that?
Yes.
Oh, I mean, it's exciting. It's got to just get you all
cool,
psyched.
too,
So cool, man.
Literally and figuratively.
That's right.
All right, let's set it for you. Louisville in lane 1, closest to you, bottom of the screen. Notre Dame Virginia in lane 3, NC State, Virginia Tech in the middle, and Florida State and Georgia Tech, lane 6 and 7 respectively. Here in the 200 free.
This is going to be something to watch. The middle of the pool, lane 3, as you said, Virginia, 4 NC State, and 5 Virginia Tech, but also lane 2 Notre Dame. We've been talking about how fast they are swimming. This is where we're really going to see it, is in these shorter relays where that speed is going to come out. So keep an eye on them as well.
Each swimmer only going 50 yards. One length, and then a turn and back, and then they turn it over.
Now you see that? Look at that. It looks painful, and it is. There's a reason that they do that.
What is the reason?
The reason is to get your neuromuscular system all ready to go and race. You are going from standing still to an all-out, all-you-got sprint. You got to get your neuromuscular system ready for that, and that's what they're doing. Nice clean starts by everybody there. Nice dolphin kicks coming up. And again, it's just basically a start, a turn, a finish. That's all it is, but you've got to get underneath that wave. And right here, the swimmers on the blocks are already counting, waiting till they get in there. They're already planning it out.
Very close for the first leg.
This is such a fun race to watch these men race this event because it goes by so fast. Don't blink, you might miss something.
Connor Boyle for Virginia, lane number 3. But there might be a 4-way tie right now.
Keep your eye on lane number 2. That is Notre Dame. They are in the lead right now. That is that toughness. That is that sprinting, the speed that I was talking about.
Canafilian is for Notre Dame. But North Carolina in lane 4 may have a slight edge as we go to the final 50 yards.
Here we go. Don't count out lane 2. Look at that. Notre Dame is going to give NC State a run for their money. Are they going to be able to pull it out? Now, can NC State get a record?
At the finish, North Carolina State to the wall first. Lucas Miller finished it off.
And they got the American record. Congratulations, that was awesome.
Look at the excitement. McCarty, Sauls, Henderson, and Lucas Miller finishing it off for North Carolina State.
Watch this last turn. You can see lane 2, Notre Dame was right there with NC State. It was that right there, that underwater. Came up right here, swimming, head down, looking at that line, diving to the finish. That's how you do it right there. See how he had his ear on his shoulder? That's how you finish it. Congratulations all around. Everyone had a great race in that heat.
Good points for Virginia. Virginia Tech 3rd, Notre Dame finished 4th. As you look at this, tying the conference record. A great job. Luke Miller, now a 10-time ACC champion over the last 4 years here. Tremendous finish for NC State. Back with the awards and much more from Greensboro on the ACC Network. Welcome back. 2024 ACC Swimming and Diving Championship. Head coach Brayton Holloway of the Wolfpack. Very happy as his team wins the 200 free.
He looks like he could swim, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Jump right on in there. 200 free relay anchor.
He told me there's lots of excitement coming in again this year for his team.
I wonder if his team ever makes a bet with him, like, hey, coach, if we get so many records, will you shave your beard?
Here's the awards ceremony. It was a very good race, very tight race.
It was. It was so fun. I'm telling you what, men's 200 free, 200 IM, or 200 medley relays, pardon me, some of my favorites to watch. Virginia Tech up there, getting their 3rd place. Nice time, 1:15.47. That's great.
Big points for Virginia Tech.
There's Virginia with their second place, 115.2. And then the American record holding team.
Good job for Virginia. They were 11th coming in after yesterday, so that's a lot of points for them. But it's NC State trailing Notre Dame coming into the competition. They get the big points there in the relay, which is double points.
Which is so big.
Huge.
It's huge. And I've seen meets, we've all seen meets come down to the very, very last relay. They are so important.
NC State looking for a three-peat on the men's side. They're certainly off to a good start here in Greensboro. Up next, we'll go back to the women's. We'll go to the 500 free when Amy Van Dyke and I return to Greensboro next. Welcome back, Greensboro, North Carolina, the 2024 Swimming and Diving Championships. Here's a look at the women's team standings now. Through 4 events, it's Virginia leading Louisville and North Carolina, but it's close. 13 points separating the top 3, and North Carolina State Duke right in the mix as well, and a lot of chunky points too for those from 6 to 11. So good start here to Greensboro.
And nice to have you with us. I'm Craig Minervini with 6-time Olympic gold medalist Amy Van Dyken. And Amy, what an event. But the big question here is, will the University of Virginia women and the NC State men continue their dominance here this week in Greensboro?
You know, I think that was a question after Kate Douglas left Virginia, right? But now we've got the Walsh sisters, Alex, and of course we've got Gretchen. Gretchen this morning in the preliminaries went a 20.77 to break the American record in the 50 free. Expect them to dominate, as well as NC State. They have got a ton of depth. They added a freshman in Daniel Deal halfway through the year, and he proves to make some real changes in that program.
Let's get back to the action.
And we are back and getting set for the 500 free. We'll start with the C final. And here's a look at the start list. NC State, Notre Dame, Louisville, North Carolina in lanes 3-4. Notre Dame 5, Louisville 6, Virginia Tech 7th, and Miami will be in the 8th spot on the 500 freestyle. These are still points to pick up. They wait, so it's not as much, obviously, as you'd see in the B consolation final, of course, the A final. What's the key in a race like this long here? You're talking the distance.
It is pacing, and more pacing. Some of these swimmers will go out that first 200 kind of nice and easy, and then they will get a nice 200 in the middle and then blast the last 100. Some of them are going to kind of build up each 100, try to negative split that. But this is not one of those races, Craig, where you want to go out hard in the beginning unless you're Katie Ledecky. However, she's not human. So if you are a human, what you're going to want to do is that first 50 that we just saw the ladies finish. Just relax. Nice and easy. Let your stroke take over because you have enough adrenaline. You've got all the nerves going on, and your body is going to go anyway. Now is where you really want to settle in. Now is where you're going to start watching your coach on the side because they are watching for cues. The coaches are giving them cues, whistling, clapping, pointing, so pay attention to them as well as, this is something weird, the counters at the other end of the pool. So these are teammates that are telling these swimmers how many lengths they've gone. Watch when they put those in there. They will start shaking them from the side to side as we get going. Up and down, that's kind of giving those swimmers a little bit of a cue that they know about. Exactly. The more you know.
Does it help?
It does. Well, I don't know. I've never swum anything this far, Craig. Not even in a workout.
It's only on the odd numbers, so they got to do the even numbers themselves.
That's right. They've got some work to do.
There's a little mathematics to do, but you can see the 7s are coming up here.
Right, and watch how these athletes are going to cue their teammates. And again, right here, Craig, is really important. We're going to want to really start trying to, if you're not already, building up into this because, you know, this is not as long, obviously, as a mile. So this is considered a sprint for these middle distances. Now we got to start seeing some white water behind them, getting our kicks up because, you know what, everyone else is going to start doing the same thing at the same time. Maybe we can get a jump on it.
Keelan Cotter in lane number 1 for NC State has the lead. they have 9 lengths of the pool in their back pocket. It was Katie Ledecky, you mentioned her, 17 years old, here in this pool, broke her own American record in the mile. At that point, she was only a high school senior, but already a gold medalist.
Isn't that
Just like
crazy?
yourself, as an Olympian.
I was not doing that as a freshman.
Not as a 17-year-old.
No, I was not.
That was in London where she won her first Olympic gold medal.
Look at this. I just love this. We've got, right here, we have got lane 1, Keelan Cotter from NC State, and she is doing what I love. An outside smoker is what we call these. So, you know, a lot of times these swimmers will just try to get a lane at night, and it's a game that they play. So maybe she did not do what she wanted to this morning and ended up in this heat, which is still an amazing feat, don't get me wrong.
Sure.
But what I'm saying is we're going to see her just blast it out, and that's what she's doing, and it's so much fun.
She has the lead in lane number 1 for NC State. Paige Kawada is right there in lane 6 for Louisville, along with Emma Atkinson, Virginia Tech, lane 7 in our C consolation. And we've got the B coming up before we get to our A final. 3 heats here of the competition in the 500 free.
We're getting ready to turn here at the 400-yard mark. And again, we're going to start seeing, as you're seeing it now, a lot of white water behind these swimmers. Something to keep your eye on, too. Lane 7, Emma Atkinson over there from Virginia Tech cannot see Keelan Cotter in lane 1. So that is why an outside smoke can be so dangerous.
Does that help her in terms of trying to win? Not seeing the competition?
Exactly.
She might think she's in the lead herself.
That's exactly what's happening, for sure. And she may settle back a little bit as we come into the bell lap here. We've got 50 meters left, or 50 yards left to go. And again, I think you're right. I think exactly that is what is happening right there. Emma Atkinson better turn and look at lane number 1 because Keelan Cotter's got it right now.
Keelan Cotter from North Carolina State in lane number 1. Atkinson lane 7 representing Virginia Tech. 5 yards to go now for Cotter and NC State. And they grab the C final.
That was a well-swum race right there by Keelan Cotter. She just did a great job. She held back when she was supposed to. She got moving when she was supposed to. I would love to see her splits on that race because I think that they were really, really well split.
Give credit to Michelle Morgan. She got in 2nd place for UNC, and Atkinson winds up in 3rd for Virginia Tech.
And all of those places are points.
So again, it's Cotter, Morgan, Atkinson, NC State, North Carolina, and Virginia Tech, the top 3 in the C final. Cardinals have 2 swimmers here in the B final. Luther Maddie, lane 1, and Summer Cardwell in lane 4. Notre Dame also with 2 swimmers. Mentioned how well they did yesterday. On the men's side, Maggie Graves in lane number 5 and Mary Kate Pruitt in lane 7 here in the B final.
Again, right now, everyone's just settling in. But it is in the middle of the pool right now. Catherine Purnell and Summer Cardwell. Both of them are looking at each other when they go one way. They got to make sure, too, you know, when we train as swimmers, a lot of times we circle swim, which means we go down on the right side of the black lane line and back on the left. Sometimes these middle distance to distance swimmers, Craig, can do that in a race. It sounds fine, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, at the end of a 500, you could have swum 10 more yards than the other people if you do that. It can really, really take a toll on your body, take a toll on your time. Absolutely. So stay in the middle of your lane, everybody.
Luther Maddie from Louisville in lane 1, Miami in lane 2. And it's Duke in lane 3, Louisville lane 4. Notre Dame has the 5th and 7th lanes. NC State in lane 6. Top of your screen is in lane number 8, North Carolina. Lily Reeder swimming for the Tar Heels.
Lane 4, Summer Cardwell's just swimming a really nice race. I love her stroke because look at when she does her recovery. Well, she's doing a turn right there, but let's look at it on the way back here. You can look, nice high elbows. What you want to do is you want to pretend like someone is picking up your elbow, you using no muscle, and then they throw it out in front of you. You want to use as little muscle as possible on that recovery, and she is doing a great job of that. When you do that, that makes it so all of your muscles can be on that pull, and she is getting great distance per stroke right now, and just swimming nice and easy. I just love her stroke.
And in case you're wondering, where is Virginia? There's the good news for Todd DeSorbo. He has 4 of his swimmers in the final. He said, I was just hoping for 3.
Oh, that's it.
He's got 4, so none of them here in the B final. Yeah.
Wow.
And that's how you pick up a lot of points.
That's how you pick up many points. Yeah, that's how they win. I mean, they have, of course, got their superstars, but they are so deep, and that's what really helps.
Summer Cardwell, after 11 lengths, is in the lead for Louisville in lane 4.
She's swimming really a nice race, and it looks like her coaches are not getting super overly excited, which means to me she is on pace or ahead of a pace that she would want. She's not seeing her team or her coaches when she's breathing this way, but when she goes the other way, her coaches are on that deck, and they are yelling at her and getting her moving, but like I said, not doing too much, so she must be okay.
Louisville finished 3rd in the ACCs last year, both squads, men's and women, led by longtime head coach Arthur Albero, 21st year.
Wow. That's when I was born.
You were setting records by that point.
I think I was retired. But look at this. What a great race that Summer Cardwell is doing. But keep your eye right now on lane 2 because she is coming up, and that is Adriana Serra, another great swimmer, and she is just moving it right now from the University of Miami.
And she's closing the gap, too, on Cardwell. See how they come out of the turn. Cardwell still with a very slight lead on Serra of Miami.
Something to note here is that Summer Cardwell had been leading from the get-go. She had that white water behind her, whereas Serra is just now coming up. Does she have more in the tank? We're going to have to wait and see, but it is possible.
Nice effort in lane 6 as well by Grace Monahan of NC State. A virtual tie here between Cardwell and Serra.
Here we go. This is where right now, if you're Serra, put your head down. Stop breathing is what I'm going to say if I'm your coach. Stop breathing and go.
She may have a very slight lead.
Look at Grace Monahan, pardon me, right there in lane 6. It's going to be between 2 and 6. Who is going to get it?
I think it was Monahan for NC State. Grace Monahan in a tremendous race. She was in 3rd, approaching the end of the race, and took the lead and wins it for NC State.
Let's take a look at this finish because we were not even talking about Grace until here. And look at this, almost a dead heat. She dives in right there with that beautiful finish. Really nice job, well swum. She deserves to go and celebrate because that was great. Oh look, the Wolfpack is fanning themselves. They got so excited.
So the B final is in, and it's Grace Monahan for NC State. How about the job for Adriana Serra from Miami?
Just wonderful, you know, and it was fun to see 1 and 2 right there, Grace and Sierra just come up from behind.
So now the A final. These are the records, the meet record. Leah Smith, the Cavaliers, 8 years ago, and then 7 years ago set the conference record as well. Now we've been seeing a lot of numbers fall. Is it a possibility here? It's a big number.
It is a big number. I'm going to go with no. I'm going to go with I don't see it going. However, I've been wrong, and I love to be wrong in these instances. Don't tell my husband I said that. But this is going to be a really fun one. So You know, this morning we had Kevin Gorsman in lane 4, and she led this morning by 1 second. We'll see what she can do tonight.
Chase Travis is in lane 1 for Virginia Tech. Brooke Travis, lane number 2, NC State. And then Virginia. They have 4 swimmers, including Amy Canny, a sophomore in lane 3. Kevin Gormson is in lane 4, and Sophia Knapp in lane 5, the sophomore. And they are 2 sophomores and a freshman. Gary Rath from NC State is in lane 6. And then another Cavalier, a graduate student, Madeline Donahoe, in lane 7, followed by Emma Hastings out of NC State. So the Wolfpack have 3 of the 8 swimmers here in the final. So a lot of points here for Virginia and NC State, no matter what happens.
No, exactly. And you know, they train together, they know each other. Here is, we were looking right there at Gormsman. She led this morning by 1 second in her heat. She has got speed. She can also hang on to that. So let's see if she goes out to an early lead and tries to hang on, or if she does what we saw in that last heat, where she hangs back a little bit and then blasts it out that last 100. It's going to be interesting to see how she does this.
Kevin, just a freshman. For head coach Braden Holloway, and when you hear sophomore, freshman, well, he's going to like that. He's got a lot of talent coming to an already talented squad.
Oh, for sure. You got all the top swimmers, of course, wanting to go there, which is wonderful.
8 final.
Keep your eye, obviously we've been talking about Kevin in lane 4, but Sophia Knapp in lane 5, also for Virginia. She went a lifetime best time this morning in the prelims of a 4:42.14. Most of these swimmers are going to swim a lot faster at night. That's just the way it is. There's a lot more excitement, so I'm interested to see what she can do. If she can keep up with her teammate Kevin in lane 4, because again, they train together every day. They know each other's nuances. And so if you know that your teammate's going to take it out fast, do you try to go out with them or just hang out? Again, there's so many things in this race that I love.
Kevin, of course, for Virginia, as you mentioned, a 3-time New York State champion in the 500 freestyle. She did not swim the 500 free last year. And that was Canny didn't swim in the lane 3. So that's another attraction for Virginia, is the fact that Canny's come on here in the 500 free and been so effective.
Oh, absolutely, for sure, because now they've got another middle distance swimmer, which helps, of course, you know, in the 500 and the 1650, but also in that 800 free relay where everybody swims a 200. It's spectacular. What else is funny is, I was talking about the training partners. Do you see what I see?
Yes.
3.
1, 2, 3.
That's right. They're all in the middle. They're all looking at each other, breathing each other's way. Now, here's the problem with the coaches, right? If you're telling someone to go, do you know it's you, or do you think it's your teammate? And then are you supposed to go? I would be confused.
You know what's nice? All 3 can take it as it's directed to them, because they're in a virtual 3-way tie right now. Canny in lane 3, Gormson lane 4, and Knapp in lane 5, all from Virginia. In 4th right now is Chase Travis from Virginia Tech.
Yeah, Chase again, lane 1. She's an outside smoker, and I don't know if those 3 ladies in the middle from Virginia see her at all. They may just be looking at each other, and that is something that Chase Travis in lane 1 has to think about. They don't know I'm here. It's gonna be fun.
You're watching the ACC Swimming and Diving Championship from beautiful Greensboro, North Carolina. I'm Craig Minervini with Amy Van Dyken, the 6-time Olympic gold medalist. The 500 free. Past the midpoint.
They all just flipped right together. Yes, halfway through, you do not think that you would be seeing that.
This is not synchronized. This is the 500 free.
This is not artistic swimming, people. Although it kind of looks like it right now. Look at that. All together. Watch it. See, they come up together. Okay, I can't. They're stroke for stroke. This is so beautiful. Nice, easy, relaxed strokes, all of them. Rotating from side to side, because remember, you want to swim on your side. You swim frontwards, you get all of those waves, and it's going to slow you down. So get on your side, and they're doing a beautiful job of that.
Amy Canny, lane 3 from South Africa, a 10-time winner this season. She didn't start with the Cavaliers till January of last year, so Coach DeSorbo said it took a little while to kind of see what she was best at. They added the breaststroke in this year after she was outstanding in the inter squad, and she's just better and better, it seems like, each and every meet.
It's always nerve-wracking if you transfer. You know, I was one of those that transferred schools, and you never know what you're going to get on your new team. And they really did take her under their wing and showed her the ropes. And she's just had such a great year this year. It's been really fun to watch.
She's in lane 3, and not only that, but she transfers to a powerhouse, a team that has won 4 straight, and as we mentioned, 14 of the last 16. They won an ACC record 9 straight from 2008 to 16. And they are dominating the race now in lanes 3, 4, and 5, respectively. The question's going to be is who is going to hit the wall first?
This is going to be fun.
Gormson neck and neck with Canny in lane 3, just behind his nap in lane 5.
Oh, it's going to come right down to this turn. Whoever gets out there under that water, here we go.
Gormson in lane 4. Canny in lane 3. Gormson with an edge now. 5 yards to go. And it's a 1-2-3 finish for Virginia in the 500 free. Gormson, Canny, and Knapp. Wow.
Great swim by those women. I wanted to see something right here. Amy Canny in lane 3. She was leading right here. I want to watch this turn. Watch this here, Craig. Something happened here. No, Amy, bad. She went over onto her side. Did you see that? Her legs did not flip over her head. They went to the side. Here is the finish. You can see Amy right below there. And in front of her, you've got Kevin Gormson. Just, oh my gosh, such a great finish. So everyone in that heat should be proud. Those were fast times.
But it's the freshman from Wantagh, Long Island, New York, that ends up winning. How about that in your ACC championship debut? And here are the results. She does it at 4:38 and 43. Chase Travis, important points for the Hokies, and then NC State going 5-7.
Look at all that blue right there.
That's a lot of points.
That's a lot of blue.
For the University of Virginia, shall we say again. Look at the site here with the banners and the fans that are here. They'll be coming all week. We're just getting going with our coverage. 4 nights coming at you. In swimming and diving, we'll get a chance to chat with Kevin Gormson. Kevin, when you decided to come to the University of Virginia from Long Island, did you think you'd be an ACC champion in your freshman year?
Definitely not.
How'd you do it?
I was next to 2 of my teammates and then another teammate 2 lanes over, and it was basically just like every 5 free practice that we do, so that definitely made it easier.
Kevin, I was actually talking about that as you were swimming. You had Sophia and Amy flanking you. Was it just like practice? You guys were stroke for stroke. Does that give you a little bit of confidence, having them next to you?
Yeah, definitely. Like all 4 of us always go after it at practice, so it made me feel a lot more comfortable.
Great job. Congratulations to you and your teammates. A lot of points for the Cavaliers, led by their freshman, Kevin Gormson. Wow, was she impressive. What a start here in Greensboro. We'll have the men in the 500 free when we return to the Greensboro Aquatic Center. And we're back here at the Greensboro Aquatic Center. And we'll look at the C final lane assignments here. It'll be Pittsburgh in lane 1, Duke lane 2, Georgia Tech, Virginia 3-4, Florida State in lane number 5, followed by Pittsburgh in lane 6, Notre Dame in lane 7. Keith Williams will round it out for North Carolina in lane number 8.
I like that we've got John Fitzpatrick in lane 7 from Notre Dame. If that is not an Irish name, I don't know what is.
I think you're right.
Well, what's top of the morning to you? That was awful. Not a good Irish accent.
First of 3 heats here. And points attained, though, these are still important points. They're not as heavy, obviously, as they would be at the B level or the 32 points you get on the A winner for your team. But there's a lot of development going on here, too. And great opportunity. This is winning the race, too, for these 8 racers, correct?
Absolutely,
yes.
It is. And it's another chance to swim, another chance to get a best time, or to qualify for NCAAs, whatever it is you're looking to do. It's another chance. And basically, these guys, it's going to be the same basic strategy as the women, right? Some of these guys are, you know, going to break this up into hundreds. Some of them may break it up into 250s. It just depends on what you've been working with. So we may see the lead change a few times, as we did in the women's. Always exciting, though.
And remember, Notre Dame, the day 1 leader, coming into today's action with a terrific first day. 176 points for Chris Lindauer's team, second-year head coach of the Fighting Irish.
Right now it's lane 6, Pitt. We've got Guy out there, he's just cruising along. We've also got lane 2, Blake from Duke, swimming really well. I want to show you something that's happening right there with that shot we're seeing right there. You can see lane 1 from Pitt is actually drafting off of the lane line. So if I am John Fitzpatrick, pardon me, I'm on the wrong side of the pool. If I'm Blake Johnson from Duke, I am going to be swimming definitely in the middle of the lane, because what is happening is he is actually dragging Keith Williams with him. And I'm on the wrong side of the pool. Yet again, Craig, I apologize. But you can see him just dragging with him. And look what's happening right there.
Lane 6 is Guy Primus from Pittsburgh. Primus has the lead.
And you've got his teammate in lane 1, who is second right now. Drafting, not illegal. Is very legal.
Encouraged?
Very encouraged, unless you are the person that is being drafted off of. But you can see what happened right there. Lane 1, you got Michael Piella, who actually is now ahead of Blake Johnson from Duke, because he was drafting off of Blake Johnson. So Blake was doing the work of 2 guys right there. Pitt having a great, great heat right here with both of those gentlemen.
Good job also in lane 1 here. As you mentioned, for Pittsburgh, they have 2 of the swimmers of the 8, lane 6 and lane number 1. And right now, look to be running 1-2. NC State has 4 in the A final here in the 500 free.
They may get a point or 2.
Like Virginia, we had the same story on the women's side.
Exactly, and NC State for the men is just as dominant on the men's side as Virginia is on the women's side. So it's really cool to watch those 2 teams. And right now, watching the 2 gentlemen from Pitt battling it out. I bet they can see each other because they know each other is there and they are teammates. They train every single day. This is cool to watch. Come up here, we're gonna have the bell lap. And it is both of the Pitt swimmers at lane 1 and lane 6. You've got Michael Piella and Guy Frims, pardon me, both from Pitt. I think they're going to go 1-2 in this heat.
Freeman's in lane 6. Piella in lane number 1. Who's got the edge? 5 yards to go. And it's lane 1. Michael Biella for Pittsburgh wins the C final.
Oh, the outside smoke got it. That is so fun to watch. And there's his teammate. Oh, there he is, so excited. See, you know you swam a great race when this happens, Craig. You sit there and you're just staring at that board because you're like, did that really just happen? Is that me? That was awesome. So that was a great swim. He's like, yeah, that was me. That was me. It's the best part of sport.
So Pitt takes the top two in the C final. John Fitzpatrick, Notre Dame in third. Tanner Herring with some points for Virginia in the fourth spot. And they'll have a quick turnaround here for the B final now. Georgia Tech in lane number 1, Virginia lane 2. Louisville's got spots 3 and 4, Florida State in 5. Louisville 6th, Notre Dame 7th, and Virginia Tech in the 8th spot here. In the 500 freestyle for the men. A final coming up.
This is 20 lengths of the pool, 500 yards. And right now, these guys in this B final are really getting after it.
Jordan Yanchev, the early lead for Florida State in lane number 5. The senior out of Bulgaria. Well, you see the international flavor when you look at swimmers literally from around the world embracing college swimming and diving.
Isn't it beautiful?
Amazing.
It's such a beautiful thing. I love that, giving everybody an opportunity to swim, to continue their sport. He's just swimming a great race. I mean, look at that. He's got that Katie Ledecky style windmill stroke. Janet Evans also had it back in the day. And it's just the way that he feels that he can get his arms recovered faster, get back underneath that water. He's breathing every stroke right now. It just looks nice, easy, and relaxed. I mean, I would too if I were that far ahead.
.13 lengths to go in the 500 free.
Right now, it looks like a one-man race. It truly does. But remember, we still have a lot of swimming to go. And who knows who is holding back, waiting for that moment to pounce. You never know.
Tyler Watson swimming a good race for Louisville in lane 3. As we approach the midpoint of the race.
Look at lane 4 right now. We have got Jordan Yanchev in lane 4, who is actually on the lane line right now of lane 5, who we were talking about earlier. That's Jordan Yanchev. I apologize. But Gustavo Saldo is below him. I'm going to get it together, Craig. I promise you. And they are drafting. And that is something that is so important to do. But I'm telling you what. If you are Jordan, get into the middle of the lane or even scooch over because you don't want to carry along another person, man.
Louisville in second and third here, behind only Florida State Jordan Yanchev in lane number 5.
Tyler Watson is coming on right now, lane 3 from Louisville. He is now on the hip of Jordan Yanchev in lane 5. Which is amazing. This is the closest, aside from the start, that anyone has been to Jordan. So is this where Tyler is making his move? We'll have to see.
He's made a move well ahead now of his teammate, Gustavo Saldo, in lane number 4. But it's still Yanchev leading the way for Florida State lane 5.
And look at this, though, Craig. Look at this. Look at what is happening right now. Tyler Watson, lane 3, is kicking it into gear. Is he doing it too late? I don't know. We are coming up on lap number 17. They've still got a lot to go here. I mean, enough to go here where it could be he could catch him. And look at that, his teammate shaking that counter up and down. I mean, go, go, go.
Yanchev, lane 5, Florida State, continues to lead Watson Louisville, lane 3.
Oh, and here we go. This is where if you are going to overtake it, you better do it now.
Here we go. Yanchev, lane 5, extending his lead here on Watson. And it's Yanchev, yes, for Florida State. Watson finishing second, but the Seminoles take the Heat B final.
Look at him just pop right out of the water. Oh yeah, I just went 4:16 and I'm just gonna pop right out of the water. Man, I'd be sitting there for an hour, but what a great swim. Really well paced, well done, led from the beginning, and that's really tough to do in these longer races.
And he did it in 4:16.25. The Cardinals grabbed the second and third spots. Dennis Lotkev at 4:19.18. Sam O'Brien in fourth for Virginia in our B final. So Louisville got 3 of the top 5. These are the records in the 500 free. Matt McLean, 2009. It's a long time ago. Meet record for Virginia. Conference record. Anton Ipsen, 2018. It just seems like these records are going down left and right. There was a record yesterday that was set here. It broke a 6-year record, and less than an hour later was broken in another state.
Right. Yeah, it was so cool to watch.
Crazy.
That. If you're a swim fan, man, this is the time of year for us.
So NC State has 4 of the 8 final spots in the 500 free. This is going to be fun. Batter up Unlu from Georgia Tech in lane 1. Luis Dominguez for Georgia Tech will be in lane 2, and then the first of the 4 swimmers for North Carolina State. James Plague, the All-American, in lane number 3. How about this guy in lane 4? He's a guy to watch here for you.
Yeah, I do like him. I like Ilya a lot. You know, he's kind of been up and coming on the scene. He's right next to James Page, who won last year. But I like the way he swims this.
Zaburtsev lane 4, Owen Lloyd lane 5 for NC State. Kyle Ponsler also for the Wolfpack in lane number 6. Then it's Murillo Sartori, Louisville lane 7. And Ross Dent, how about him in lane 8?
I love watching Ross Dant. He came back for another year. He is actually a grad student. He's been to the Olympic trials. He's been to world championships. This is his time. He wants to come back, I would assume, to win this race. This is a guy that I say to keep your eye on. He swam it nice and easy this morning. You could tell he just wanted to get a lane, which is what he did. Pointing at that diamond on his chest, the tattoo that all the NC State guys have. And I think he's gonna really, really put something on the board tonight, Craig.
20 lengths to the pool, the 500 free. Louisville has 2 of the spots, Virginia Tech, Georgia Tech, and 4 for the Wolfpack, lanes 3, 5, 6, and 8 in your program.
Decent starts by everybody right there. Everyone seemed to get off fairly even. Not as important as in a 500 as it would be in, say, the 50, so not going to harp on things.
Very picky of you to get right off the first length of a 20-lap or 20-length race.
You know.
Slight lead here in lane 2 for Dominguez on Unlu of Georgia Tech. He's in lane 1.
And right above him in lane 3, it's actually to his right now, is James Page. He is from NC State. He won this event last year. So even though he is not in the lead, do not count him out. He has got that speed. he can bring it home in the end, so we'll see what happens. Also, with Ross Dant over there in lane 8, again, someone you got to keep your eye on. I don't care where in the pool you are, you've got to be keeping your eye on Ross. Look at his stroke, nice and easy, taking those easy breaths. Looks like he got some cupping done this afternoon. If you look at his back, no, he did not get attacked by an octopus. That is cupping. That actually what it does is it pulls all of the lactic acid and that icky blood that has been sitting there in those muscles. It pulls it out. When you see them darker, you know, some are darker and some are lighter.
Yeah.
The darker ones are where that was really, as you would, lack of a better term, bad blood that needed to get out of there. So he had that rocking this afternoon. We'll see what it does for his swim tonight.
Kyle Ponsler, lane 6 for NC State. Number 4 in the prelim this morning.
Lane 6, we've got Kyle Ponsler kind of up there in the grill, if you will, of Ross Dant. All of those guys are leading, as well as Luis Dominguez in lane 2. This is really spread out when we're talking about who's in the lead and who is not. You would assume it would be like lane 3. It would look like an arrow, but man, these guys are making it fun for us.
You have to keep your eye on the entire pool here.
Everybody.
Ross Dant in lane 8.
Look at right now, James Page, lane 3. What did I tell you? Here he comes. He did not win last year by a fluke. This is what he did last year. This is what he likes to do. He likes to hang back and then blast it out. And Ross Dant also doing the same thing in lane 8. Our camera guys love us right now.
Ross, a 4-time All-American in the 500 free. And he won this event 2 years ago. The ACC Championship. He's in lane 8. Graduate student from Hickory, North Carolina.
Oh, and you can see those counters going up and down, side to side. This is tight. Now look at this race. It's almost like a straight line coming across. Ross Dant up there in lane 8 is leading, but not by much. Watch this turn.
Boy, any one of 5 or 6 could probably take this right now. Dant, lane 8. Keep your eye on Plage in lane 3, NC State. And I'm leaving out 3 or 4 because it's going to be that kind of finish with just a few lengths to go.
Here we come up on the bell lap. Who is going to get the bell? Okay, Ross Dant got the bell, but look at lane 3 right now. I am telling you, you got James Page right there. Come on, he won it last year. Is he going to win it again this year? I think he may, if he can hold off everybody in the middle.
At the turn.
Oh my gosh.
It's close. Plage, Zerbertsev, Lloyd, Dant, Ponsler. Who's it going to be?
Oh my goodness, that was amazing.
Zerbertsev it is in lane number 4. Wow.
That was amazing. Look at that slap. He deserves it. Let's see how he got there to that slap. Check out this last turn. Watch this. All of these guys that you can see right there in the camera, all together, all go over together. But Ilya just had something a little extra as he popped up, and then watch this finish. This is how it was done right there. It's so tight coming in. Ilya has a little bit of a lead. His finish was not great. Gotta get down. He had his hand almost straight up and down, causing more friction, but you know what? 4:14.41, that is a nice job.
Look how close this is. Look at that right column. First of all, it's down to 100ths of seconds here. Tenths of seconds. 0.41, 7.2 for Plage. Lloyd at 8.7. Dant right there, about a half second behind the winner.
That was spectacular. Now you look on the pool deck, all the hugs, as we're seeing right there, all the teammates coming up to hug him. I mean, that was a well-done race. That was, I mean, that showed some patience.
Now here's the good news for NC State. Although they didn't win the race, that went to Subversive of Louisville. They did get spots 2 through 5.
Right, which is a point or 2. I mean, and that's how they do this year in and year out, is their depth. They are just so good.
Ilya Suburtsev looking at the camera. There it is, right there to the, okay. And he will join us, the graduate student from Russia. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It was an incredible race. Were you aware, Ilya, how close it was?
Oh, I know. I realized on the prelims it's going to be a dogfight, but, you know, you just got to make a decision and finish right. Focus on execution and, yeah, just have fun, you know.
It was a dogfight. It was fun to watch. And let's talk about how you paced that. I mean, you came up that last 100. Was that your plan all along?
Personally, I didn't think too much. I tried to hold myself because I like to start like going fast too early. But, you know, just focus on execution again. And, yeah, I knew I would have a tank on the last 50. And the only problem I always have is the walls. So I just try to execute my walls. And, yeah, just keep it up a tempo. And, yeah, and when I see those guys cheering for me, I'm like, I have no choice to just to win.
Well, you executed to an ACC championship. Congratulations.
Thank you.
He was 27th as a freshman, 17th 3 years ago, 7th last year, and now he's a champion. Congratulations. We'll crown a few more when we return to Greensboro. Here's the women's standings now. Updated, Virginia. Yes, they are back on top. That's where they're used to looking at the ACC championships. They won 14 of 16, and they lead NC State and Louisville. Spreading out a little bit now. North Carolina's third. Notre Dame's had a very impressive meet so far, 217. And here's our lane assignments. It'll be Louisville, Georgia Tech, Virginia, the top 3. Then lane 4, Georgia Tech. Lane 5 is North Carolina. Louisville, lane 6. And the Tar Heels in lane 7 and lane 8 as we begin the C final of the 200 IM.
I always love a good individual medley and IM because you get to see different strengths in these different swimmers. Some of these swimmers who are really good butterflyers are going to want to take it out really, really hard and then kind of lay back. I say that the people who are breaststrokers really have an advantage in this race. And the reason is, as you come in off this backstroke, which they are swimming right now, and they're heading off to the turn on the backstroke, when they come in, whoever is the furthest ahead after the breaststroke, their lead grows exponentially because you are going from one of the slower strokes to one of the faster strokes. So it just grows, and it is so fun to watch this and to see, like I said, the different strengths.
Elizabeth Sowards of North Carolina having a good meet. Also, Tristan Hewlett is the leader in Louisville, right there in lane number 1.
Now, breaststroke, I know it looks like an undulating stroke, but it is not. You still want to maintain your flatness on the water as you do your pull-out. One pull, one kick, and a dolphin kick.
How taxing is the breaststroke compared to the butterfly?
Compared to the butterfly, not as taxing, but I will say one of the most difficult events is the 200 breaststroke because you're underwater so much. Now, here you go. As you see, we saw Tristan in lane 1 from Louisville. She turned first after that breaststroke, and look at her lead. It has grown so much.
Tristan Hewlett in lane number 1 here in the C final. Good battle for second between 5 swimmers, but Hewlett gets number 1.
That was a well-swum race by her. Just took it out nice and easy with everybody, not trying to show off or do anything. And then she just cranked it the rest of the way. Well done.
North Carolina, number 2. And Georgia Tech, Mackenzie Campbell, number 3. So a good start to our 200. And congratulations to Tristan Hewlett for winning the C final. All right, here's the B final. In our start list, again, lane 1, front of your screen, lower part of your screen. North Carolina State, Virginia Tech, North Carolina, and Virginia. Then in lane 5, it's Duke, NC State, Virginia, and Sydney Green will be in lane number 8 for Pittsburgh.
Nice starts by everybody. Remember, you got to come up by that red buoy. They all did. Perfect. Now the butterfly on this, again, if you're a really good butterflyer, you can just let it go nice and easy. Let the meat take you forward. If you struggle at this stroke, this is really hard. Just remember to get your hips up because that throws your arms forward. As they move on to the backstroke, something fun here for you, Craig. When they turn at this wall, they will have that big jumbotron that they can look at, and they can actually see how their splits are, where they're at. Oh, sure, absolutely. It's kind of a fun little thing for you.
I guess it could be motivating as we look at Abby Harder in lane 4 for Virginia in the lead. Very close, though. Brooke Zettel for Virginia Tech, lane 2. They go to the breaststroke.
And Brooke's turn was really nice on that back to breast. That's such a hard turn for any swimmer. I don't care who you are. But still, it's Abby Harder, lane 4, still in the lead. She looks a little tight on her breaststroke. This may not be her best stroke, but she's still doing a nice job.
Catherine Belikoff for Duke made a move in lane number 5 as well. Now to the freestyle, though.
Well, here we go. We've got to just let it all go right now. It is over. It is done. Do not leave anything in the pool. Come off this wall and just go.
Harder's regained her lead. Gracie Shelbo having a good race for NC State lane 6, but it's Harder in lane 4, and she's got it. From Virginia.
Trying to catch her breath, staring at the scoreboard, making sure that was right. Did I go that fast? I really did. That was awesome.
So the B final, Virginia wins. NC State with Gracie Shebel getting the bronze in the consolation. Catherine Belikoff from Duke in 3rd. The A final, legendary name, Kate Douglas for Virginia. The meet record, the conference record over the last 2 years, including the meet record last year.
Oh, here it comes. A little nerve-wracking. It's a wet pool deck. You don't want to fall. Been there, done that. These ladies just concentrating right now on the race. So cool.
Who are you looking at here when you look at our competitors? It's a great one. Virginia has 3 of the top swimmers, top 8 in here.
Yeah.
There's a look at the competitors. Martina Perroni, here's somebody to watch too in lane 1 from Duke. Fernanda Gomez, the junior from Louisville. She'll be in lane number 2. Ella Nelson, she's been impressive already here. Part of the relay team that won. Graduate student for Virginia. Then Alex Walsh. Well, you know her if you follow ACC swimming. The senior for Virginia, tremendous career. Sarah Foley from Duke is in lane 5. NC State is Kennedy Noble in lane 6 here in the 200 IM. Followed by Kim Herkel, Louisville in lane 7. And Virginia's Ella Bathurst, the junior, lane 8.
Time to pick it. I'm sorry, I'm a betting girl. I'm putting it on this girl right here, Alex Walsh. She could be a three-time winner if she wins here tonight in this event. She is brilliant at the breaststroke, at the 200 free, at the 100 breaststroke. She is good at everything. It is really fun to watch her. Look at how serious she is right there. If I'm to put my money on this, it's going to be that young lady right there.
You're going chalk, as they say.
Yes, I am. I'm going out on a limb.
She holds 2 ACC records in the 200 IM and the 400 IM, one each. Her mother is a swimmer at Boston College. Of course, you know her sister, Gretchen, the junior. She may come back for a 5th year.
I would love that. I would love that so much.
Alex, a senior from Nashville.
Nice start by everybody. Now again, we're talking about Alex Walsh in lane 4. She is very tall. She's got those long levers, as we like to call them, being her arms and her legs. She is going to use them to her advantage. And look at her butterfly. It almost looks like her shoulders are dislocating. That's how flexible she is, and that's what you need in that stroke. Ooh, she ate that turn just a little bit, meaning she got a little too close. Nice backstroke, and here, all she's gonna do here is try to stay where she is to get her to this breaststroke, which is one of her best strokes.
Walsh in lane 4 for Virginia. Kennedy Noble is in lane 6 for NC State right now in 2nd place.
Here is where Alex Walsh is so good, so dominant. Look at this stroke. As she goes out there to that streamline, she gets her arms out, rounds that corner, squeezes in that water to shoot it back out. She's so good at this part right here, the underwaters, Craig. This is where she really gets a lead. She just lets that ride out that streamline, which is so smart and so hard to do in a shorter race like this. As she gets ready to head into this final breaststroke turn onto the final 50. It's all Alex Walsh.
And here's the freestyle, and she's extended her lead to nearly 5 yards. Ella Nelson, her teammate in lane 3, is 2nd. It'll be a battle for 4th here. But Alex Walsh gets the victory in the 200 medley once again at the ACC Championship.
Oh, that was so wonderful. You know what's so great with Alex is her demeanor really doesn't change behind the blocks as it does right now. She's just calm, cool, collected. I loved it. I want to ask her about this turn. Watch her coming in right here. Fly to back. She takes one more stroke. Ouch! You see what I'm talking about? Her hands were high up on that wall. That's what we call eating the wall. She could have gotten a little bit more bounce if she would have done it properly, but here's the finish. As you see, so far ahead. And Alex, your finishes are great. So, you know, she had a really good race. Great time for her. Well done, ma'am.
Champion again at the ACC. 2nd time in the 200 IM for Alex Walsh, the senior. Her teammate Ella Nelson. 2nd, Sarah Foley. Very well done. 3rd place for the Blue Devils. And Helen Noble, NC State, finishing 4th. So good points gained there in the 200 IM. But your prediction, and not that you went on any kind of limb
I did not.
or
No.
pier,
No.
comes true. Alex Walsh does it again.
Oh, so great.
Her time was a little off her record-setting time. 1:51.12, her record 1:50.08. She said previously. And Alex joins us. Alex, congratulations. This never gets old, I'm assuming, right? An ACC championship?
Yeah, it really doesn't. You know, as a 4th year, I think I'm really just trying to soak in every moment that I have with my whoos. And that means just laying it all on the line, especially on that last 50. I know I'm never going to give up when I got the V on my cap. I'm not allowed to.
Alex, now we know as butterflyers or breaststrokers, the one thing you don't want to do is eat the wall and that fly to back turn. Talk me through it.
Yeah, I definitely was a little close on that wall, but I really didn't think about it too much on the backstroke. I just wanted to focus on the next stroke, the next 50. I think with the IM, you got to focus on a lot of different details, so I don't want to get bogged down by one thing. But the next couple weeks, I hope to clean up the small details and hopefully drop some time in NCs.
Congratulations, Alex. Yet another championship for you. She came here to Greensboro this time with 11 championships, and she's adding to that in her ACC spectacular career. Way to go.
Thank you.
Alex Walsh, the winner from Virginia. We'll look at the men's 200-yard IM when we come back to Greensboro, North Carolina. Welcome back to the 2024 ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. NC State in the men's side has the lead as we look at our C final. Lane assignments: North Carolina, Virginia, Virginia Tech, Virginia. And then 5 through 8 is Pittsburgh, Virginia in 6, Louisville 7, and North Carolina in lane 8 to get us going here in the C final of the 200 men's IM. Medley off to the start with the fly, of course.
Nice turns by all those guys. Some of them staying underwater quite a while. I love seeing that. As we go into this fly to back turn, let's keep our eyes and see how everyone's doing. Great turns again. You know, this is one of those races where I could never swim it because I'm not a smart woman, and I always had to say butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, freestyle over and over and over so I didn't mess up. But it's something that these athletes work so hard on every day doing this IM, and it's just fun to watch it all pay off in a championship event like this. That's why I love this time of year. Championship season for swimming is just, there's nothing like it. I'm sorry.
So you're saying you couldn't keep track of, I don't believe.
No, butter my back and rest my feet. You always had to say that. Yeah, I always forgot. Even when I was on the medley relay, I'd always have to go, okay, backstroke, breaststroke, fly, okay, I got it.
You're confusing me even more.
Sorry about that. Right now, what a beautiful breaststroke right there in lane 5. We've got from Pitt, just beautiful as we go into
Mattiazzi from Pittsburgh.
Freestyle. Thank you very much. I got so confused the last time. I don't know that I was shell-shocked. Mattiazzi again, beautiful turn right there. Let's see if he can hold on to this lead.
Noah Nichols also right there for Virginia in lane 6. That was close. And it's going to be Nichols.
It's Nichols, yeah. Wow. What a finish by him. That was great. Seems to be happy with that time. I think as he should. That was a really well swum race.
So Nichols wins it for Virginia. They take 3 of their top 4 in the C final results. Mattiazzi, though, for the Panthers, nice job to get second. So the points increase as we move up to the B final. The prelims determine the 24 that we see, if it's 24 full field. Held earlier today. And here's the B final. Notre Dame in the first lane rather. Louisville, UNC, Georgia Tech in the middle, number 4 with UNC Louis Graham in lane 5, and Florida State has 6 and 7, Georgia Tech in lane 8.
Again, great first 50, everyone just settling into this. Turns are really important. The transitions are important from stroke to stroke, as we saw with Alex Walsh, although she still ended up winning. But they are so important.
My name of the tournament here is Tommaso Baravelli.
I love that name.
From Florida State.
Love that name.
He's in lane 6. Good for him, the sophomore from Italy. Wow.
Look at this, it's a dead heat right here. It's everybody turning at exactly the same time. Let's see if they come up on this brushstroke at exactly. They're underwater, wearing synchro. Again, you got to bounce off that wall nice and quick and get that hand to that ear and over very quickly. You don't want your hand to go up and over your head, right to your ear. Right here, they're setting up this final brushstroke turn into the freestyle.
Saka might have a slight edge lean for Virginia, for Georgia Tech. Graham for North Carolina is right there, along with Millard for Louisville, lane 2.
Look at this. It is anyone's race right now. Although, I do think that Berg Saka has it.
Saka for Georgia Tech, lane 4. And he has the edge, and he wins in the B consolation. The junior, 142.95.
Nice.
Finished second.
Nice time. I apologize. I got excited.
So Dram second. Jackson Millard from Louisville finishes third. Sebastian Lunak from North Carolina is fourth in the B. Now the A final in the 200 IM. The record's owned by the Wolfpack. Arsenio Bustos last year, 140.31. The conference record slightly better. The introductions, this has to be a fun part.
Oh, this is so exciting.
Come out.
I love it. When you're an athlete and you're getting behind your block and you see the crowd and everything, oh, that's the best part, man. Oh, it's so good.
Big crowd here. And teammates, coaches rooting on the athletes here. Notre Dame in lane 1, that's James Hedge. Sam Hoover getting introduced to the crowd. The Wolfpack, lane number 2. Daniel Deal, also from the Wolfpack, he's in lane 3. Their middle swimmers, Tim Connery, Virginia, lane 4. He's a junior. Bustos, who set the record you just saw last year, the junior, lane 5 for North Carolina State. Marty for Virginia Tech is the senior in lane number 6. Mason Herbert, Florida State, lane number 7. He's a senior as well. And a sophomore, Sebastian Sergio for Virginia in lane number 8. All right, who you have your eyes on here?
These two gentlemen right here. You've got Bustos, who, as you said, holds the record. And then we've got Tim Connery in lane 4. He is from Virginia. He's a junior. Keep your eye on him. And now I think being next to Bustos is going to really help him. If he can just stay on the heels of Bustos through the backstroke, I think there is a chance. There's Bustos
You're
right
saying
there.
there's a chance.
I'm saying there's a chance. But it's going to be right there in the middle of the pool is my guess. Those two gentlemen.
Nerves, concentration, what are they thinking right now?
What I was always thinking is get us on the blocks. Get us on the blocks. We don't need any of this stuff. And then when it gets quiet, you're like, let's go, 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 go. Probably why I was a sprinter, not a distance swimmer. It's too intense.
Anxious moments.
Absolutely.
And excitement, and I'm sure there's some butterflies.
Oh, yes.
No pun intended.
Yes, there is. Some gurgling tummies.
And that's how they'll start.
Speaking of start, great start by everybody. Everybody got off at exactly the same time, which was wonderful. You don't want anyone lagging behind. Here we go. This is going to be so much fun. Remember, butterfly, you've got to throw your hips up and over so you can get your arms up and over. Right now, Bustos taking it out fast in that butterfly, which he does like to do. Now he'll settle in here to his backstroke.
In lane 5, he has a slight lead as he makes the turn.
Nice underwaters, nice undulations right there. Coming out, swimming nice and easy. Look at how he's sitting up nicely right there, not bobbing his head. Goes into that turn, take a deep breath.
Wow, Virginia Tech and FSU in a dead heat, basically, for second place right now, with Bustos slightly ahead in lane number 5 for NC State.
But watch this, keep your eye on the middle of the pool there with Tim Connery, because it's breaststroke.
Marty making a move too for Virginia Tech in lane 6.
The most important turn right here, go! And again, right now, Craig, all you're thinking is get your head down, get to that wall, have a nice turn, kick your heels to your butt, and let's go.
25 yards to go. Bustos battling Marty from Virginia Tech. Bustos for NC State has it. And it looks like Marty may have grabbed second for Virginia Tech. Congratulations again for Arsenio Bustos from NC State.
Now let's watch this turn. This is the turn from breaststroke to freestyle. And right there, you can see he almost bounces off that wall, gets that hand to his ear and over. So beautiful, which led to this finish. Right there, you can see with 5 yards left to go, he kept his head down, got into the wall. If I could nitpick a little bit more, get onto your side and touch with those fingertips. It'll make it just a little faster.
He did it in 1:40.75. And he wins the championship here in the IM 200. You got Marty second for Virginia Tech. Connery getting points for the Hokies, the Cavaliers rather, in third. And NC State fourth, with Dio finishing in the number 4 spot.
There's Bustos walking away, trying to catch his breath because, you know, we're going to throw a headset on him right after he finishes a race, which is always so fun, but he's always ready for us, so.
Just about a half second off his lifetime best of 1:40.24. Arsenio, how about winning this year? As you set a record last time you were here, your thoughts on winning the IM medley here this year?
Yeah, you know, I had really no expectations coming into this meet. I didn't really know what I was going to do, so just to get my hand on the wall first makes me happy.
Well, we got NCAA's coming up in a few weeks. What are you going to do from now till then to prepare?
I think I'm going to come back up in training pretty quickly. I wasn't really fully rested for this, so I should be able to get back up to speed really quick.
We're going to let you rest now, okay?
All right, thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Arsenio Bustos from NC State, the junior, winning in the 200 IM. Nicely done. The women's 50 freestyle is coming up next from Greensboro. Welcome back. Here's the updated standings for you. On the women's side in the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships, Virginia extending that lead now. 447 looking for yet another championship, their 15th of 17 years. NC State is second, Louisville third, and Duke is fourth so far. Any surprises there at all?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, I do love seeing Duke up there so high.
All right, so here is the 50 free now, and the start list for the Consolation C final. Florida State, Duke, Notre Dame, NC State, lanes 1 to 4. Notre Dame, Louisville, Georgia Tech, North Carolina, lanes 5 through 8. Here at the Greensboro Aquatic Center. It's center built for about $19 million. Debuted in 2011. Beautiful facility.
It's a gorgeous facility. And all of those starts were gorgeous in this C final of the women's 50. The splash and dash. If you don't have a great start, a great turn, and a great finish, you should be a distance swimmer. Lane 6, Caroline.
There it is.
There she is. Nice job.
Caroline Barrett in 22.15 for Louisville.
Great time for her. That was really well done. That's why she's so stoked. I love that. I love the sportsmanship.
So Barrett for Louisville wins the C final. NC State and Moses in second. Georgia Tech took the third spot. And UNC the fourth spot in the C final. And don't turn your head, because they can move. Here's the start list. NC State, Miami, Virginia Tech, Wall for Duke in 4, Welch in 5. Louisville's got Merhaban in 6th, and then Carleton in 7th, North Carolina Summers, Virginia Tech in 8th. This is the B final.
Start so important.
Is it the difference maker?
It is. It could be the difference maker, although we're going to see a young lady in the next heat that does not have a great start and does good things. Again, that turn's so important. You've got to go underneath that wall of water. They did a great job and come up swimming to grit your teeth and go.
It's close. Carvello from Miami. Also, Benson there, Virginia Tech. Who got it? I think it's Benz from Virginia Tech.
Nice swim by her.
Tatum Wall for Duke, unofficially second. Looks like Miami and Carvalho got the third spot.
Let's check out this finish. Look at this. They are all even, but watch what happens right here. Dive your head down. Get to that fingertip touch. That's what I keep talking about, and that was the difference. Well done.
So Caroline Bentz for Virginia Tech wins the B final and important points for the Hokies at 21.99. What kind of score do you think it's going to take to win the championship as you look at the record scores by Gretchen Walsh?
Yep.
Last year, Gretchen will be in number 4 lane here. Chance to try and better that number.
Now, listen, she did break the American record this morning. She went a 20.77. She's got more in her. We may see a 20.6 tonight.
Really?
We may.
And that was what you said, how many years? 30 years after?
30 years after I went 21.77.
You set the record at the time.
Yeah,
wow.
1
By
second.
exactly 1 second.
Exactly 1
Amazing.
second.
Maxine Parker, we saw a finish earlier.
That's right.
Tremendous for Virginia, lane 1. Here's Louisville's senior, Gabby Abbiero in lane 2. Catherine Burkhoff, outstanding swimmer, the graduate student of NC State, lane 3. Walsh, as we mentioned, lane 4. Nocentini for Virginia is in lane 5, the senior. Graduate student, Christina Regenauer from Louisville, lane 6. Julia Dennis, sophomore from Louisville, in lane 7. And Sophia Yendel is the senior for Pitt in lane 8.
There she is, ladies and gentlemen. Lane 4, Gretchen Walsh. She is one of the premier sprinters that the United States has produced, and we have produced some amazing sprinters. Broke an American record in the prelims, went 20.77 as we said before. She swims faster at night. Will she go faster tonight? Will she break the American record? I bet yes.
We'll see.
Oh, Craig, I get so nervous right now. I have chills just having been in their position, and this was the race.
She fired a 20.19 on the second leg of their 200 relay way back on January 19th. So this is that same segment, right?
Yes.
The 50, which is what she did in that split.
I want to keep an eye on her start as well. This morning, her start was not great. This coming from someone who had starts that were not great. So I can say it. How much faster could she be if she got off the block in a 0.6 as opposed to a 0.76?
One writer suggested maybe some point she could break into the, albeit 19s.
If someone's going to break into the 19s, it's going to be this young lady right here. She can. We've got some great sprinters. This is going to be so exciting. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Walsh in lane 4. Her teammate Nocentini in lane 5.
It's going to be fast. Again, a slower start. Under the water, everyone quiet as they come up. Swimming right now, it is It is Gretchen Walsh first to that wall, but wait a minute. Here she comes. That underwater is spectacular. Put your head down and go. We will see a record.
Here comes Walsh again. She's got it in lane 4.
She did it. 20.57. A 20.57. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness, I have chills. That was spectacular. Let's watch the start. I was nitpicking Gretchen on this start, but I mean, watch. Look at how last she is off that block. Look at that. Everyone else is in water. She just got in the water. I mean, let's watch this turn, because watch as she bounces off this turn. Here's what she does. She gets into a tight ball. She gets her heels to her booty right there. Pushes off fast. Feet are separated, so it's like jumping. Here she is coming up from that dolphin kick, and here is her finish. I'm shaking as she puts her head down, strokes, gets on her side, touches, and that is what a 20.5 looks like, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
I cannot.
Gretchen Walsh, an American record at 20.57, 20.57. No Santini, her teammate. These are great scores too. In second, Burkhoff in third. Gretchen, you set a record in the morning. How the heck did you reset it here in the evening with a 20.57?
I don't know. I honestly go in with the same race strategy every time. I've been working on my start a lot, even though I don't know if it showed. So hopefully it was better. But yeah, I don't know. I was just really excited. Tonight was awesome for our entire team, and I've just been like building on that energy. So that was an awesome swim for me. I'm really excited.
Gretchen, that was a spectacular swim, but you know what? As someone who was a sprinter and had a horrid start, that was not any better. So what are you going to do between now and NCs?
I don't know.
Maybe work on your start a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying, but for right now, that's going to be a good time for me. I'm happy.
Listen, if you swim that fast in the middle of the pool, a start doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
An American record. How does that sound?
Awesome. Yeah, really, really awesome.
All right, way to go. And obviously for your team, big points. Congratulations, Gretchen Walsh. You did it again.
Thank you.
Can you top this? That's a game she plays with the best of them in the world of swimming. Gretchen Walsh, a champ again. The men's 50 free is next. Welcome back to our coverage. NC State, Louisville, Notre Dame, the top three on the men's standings of the 2024 ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. It's a big lead, though, for NC State as they continue to dominate in the ACCs. Here's a look at our start list in our C final. Louisville in lane 1, 2, Georgia Tech lane 3. Florida State has lanes 4 through 6. Virginia Tech in 7, and Pittsburgh in lane 8 here of the 50 freestyle.
And this is just like the ladies. It's going to be really short. Make sure you hit that turn. When you push off the wall on your turn, make sure your feet are apart. It's like jumping. They did a great job. Oh, it's a dead heat.
Wow. Lane 4, it appears, Florida State. And Jacobus Kelby's. And this is going to go down to the absolute wire here. The difference in fractions of a second. They have them at 19.41. And 8th place was 19.79. So you have a difference of, what, about less than 0.4 of a second between first and last.
Isn't it crazy?
Wow.
Hundredths of a second are the difference.
Here's a start list for the B. Virginia, Louisville, NC State in 3 and 4. Pittsburgh, Virginia, NC State, and Florida State in lane number 8 in the B final.
Here they go. Look at this nice long dolphin kicks. Make sure they come up, and they all did right there.
Luke Miller in 3, Henderson, NC State 4. Goncharov, Pittsburgh in lane 5. It's close again. And it is Noah Henderson for NC State in lane 4. with that smirk. That's a championship look. He did it in 19.24.
That's a great smile. This is how it happened right here in this finish. Now, remember, head down, right here, dive, fingertip touch. Beautiful. Look at how close that was. That's when you have to really concentrate and be in your own head.
The difference here, even tighter in the B with Henderson at 19.24. Pittsburgh gets the second spot, low for Louisville the third spot, but NC State taking 3 of the top 5. And now here we go. The A final. NC State holds the 2 records. They will have 3 of the 8 swimmers here for their amazing program. The men have won 7 of the last 8 ACC swimming and diving championships, 2-time defending champ. In lane 1, Virginia Tech's freshman making his ACC debut, Brendan Whitfield, one of the 3 from NC State. Drew Sauls in lane 2. Sometimes they list the official names. You saw Larry there. Here's El Arabi from Notre Dame in lane 3. Chris Giuliano is in lane 4 from Notre Dame as well, continuing their fine swimming. They too get 2 in the final here. Yusuf Ramadan from Virginia Tech. He's in lane 5, the senior. Now yet another freshman, Quentin McCarty. Lane 6 for the Wolfpack. Matthew Brownstead, lane 7 for the Cavaliers. And rounding it out for the Wolfpack is Aiden Hayes, the junior, in lane 8.
And here we go. Look at these 2 gentlemen right there. And in lane 4, we've got Chris Giuliano from Notre Dame, as well as in lane 5, Yosef Ramadan, who is always good in the sprints, but lane 4 broke the record this morning. So we're going to see what happens here tonight. If he can go faster, or if Ramadan next to him can pull it out.
Ramadan was ACC Men's Swimmer of the Week in the first week after the holiday break about a month ago. He's the senior in lane number 5, right there.
It's safe to say he's not fully shaved. Going on a limb.
Yes. The A final. 32 points for the winner for their team.
This is one start where the entire crowd will be silent as they all scream.
Take your marks.
Oh, look at that. Ramadan did not get off to his best start, but he's still swimming so well right there. Can he catch up and hang on? Because right now, there he is.
Giuliano was there. Ramadan was there. It's going to go to Giuliano in lane 4 for Notre Dame. The junior.
Yes. Oh, so exciting. I love that. Look at this turn right here. It's almost a dead heat. But watch how they all come out. Look at that right there. Going underneath that wave. You can see that wave, but look at those tight streamlines, and look at this finish. This is where it all happened right here. Dive, dig, on your side, fingertips, and that is why you don't cut your fingernails if you're a sprinter.
So Chris Giuliano is an ACC champion, winning the 50 free with a time of 18.70. Ramadan at 18.84, just 14ths of a hundredths of a second back, that tight. Brownstead for Virginia gets the bronze.
Let's check out this reaction. Yeah! He's like a fighting Irish guy. Yes! I love that.
Looked as happy as the guy on his cap right there.
He sure did, or some of the parents that have been tailgating all day. It's been great. There he is. What a well-swum race. And I'll tell you what, we were talking at the top of this event this evening about how Notre Dame has really been speeding up, and there it is.
Chris, congratulations. How does this sound to you? 50 free ACC champion.
It feels incredible. You know, to swim right next to my guy Haridi there. Training with him all year, it's been great. He's definitely made me better. So yeah, it's incredible. Great to get one for the guys over here and for the university. So
Now, Chris, you were listening to some music before you went out. Some people choose to, some people choose not to. Are you in Apple Music, Spotify, and what were you listening to?
Yeah, so usually before I race, I'm a Spotify guy first of all, but just kind of listening to some slow, relaxed music. So nothing too intense, you know, just kind of calm the nerves a little bit.
Sir, you listen to slow music?
A little jazz? What are you talking about here?
Michael Bublé?
No, not necessarily. More like something like Tame Impala or something like that.
Okay.
Sounds good. Hey, it has a championship ring. Stay with the same tune. It's working.
Yeah, absolutely.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Chris Giuliano, the champion. Amy, great job. We'll see you tomorrow. We will turn our attention to diving next as we look at the women's standings through event 13. Virginia leading Louisville and NC State on the women's side. Up next here from Greensboro, we'll have the diving competition. And we'll welcome back in Jason Bauman. And there's a great story brewing on the diving side. And here she is, the North Carolina star, Aranza Vasquez Montano. Can she win again? She's been dominating at the ACCs, winning all 3 events in diving last year. That's coming up next from Greensboro. And we welcome you back to the 2024 ACC Swimming and Diving Championship. We're in Greensboro, North Carolina. We turn our attention just to the left a little bit. It's time for the diving. Here's a look at the women's standings as we get ready for the women's event in the diving on the 1 meter. Virginia leading Louisville and NC State so far on the women's side with 530 points. Duke is in 4th place, North Carolina in 5th place. Virginia has won the last 4 on the women's side. Welcome back to the 2024 ACC Swimming and Diving Championship here in Greensboro, North Carolina. We're at the Greensboro Aquatic Center. Our attention turning just to the left. We'll get to the diving on the women's side and 1 meter coming up. And here's a look at the team standings. It is Virginia going after their 5th consecutive championship in the ACC with the lead on Louisville and NC State. Duke is in 4th place. North Carolina with the top diver coming out with 271 in 5th.
By All-American diver, international judge, coach. He's seen this sport from every angle without a splash, and it's Jason Bauman, and we're getting set for the women's 1 meter competition, Jace.
Yes, we are. We're looking forward to a great 1 meter competition night. Aranza Vasquez Montano is going for her 7th ACC championship. Her 2nd of the championship. She won the 3 meter yesterday. She'll be pushed by Margot O'Meara from Duke University, who has won 2 titles back in 2022. She won the 1 meter in the platform then. They were separated by 5 points this morning. We'll see. Everybody starts over from 0. We'll see a great contest.
And here's a look at the start list. It'll be Powley for Georgia Tech, Florida State 2nd, Notre Dame's Courtney 3rd, Ellie Joyce for North Carolina. Then it's Louisville with Prosterink in 5th, Callie Brady for Notre Dame in 6th, Margot O'Meara Duke, and then it's Vasquez Montano.
That's the reverse order finish, the way that they finished in the prelims.
Lizzie Powley.
So her first dive is a twisting dive. It's a forward 1.5 somersaults with 1 twist free. And good, she's off to a good solid start here. So that's a relatively low degree of difficulty at 2.2. But she does a pretty satisfactory job with the dive. It's going to be 5.5, 6, just a little bit over on the finish. Not super dynamic and impressive as far as the jump and the takeoff. So we're looking at lots of different elements of the dive and trying to get that overall impression to give those judges scores.
Get off to a good start for Powley. Here's Kaylee Clark from Florida State with her first dive. 6 rounds of diving for the ladies.
So Kaylee's first dive, she's going to start with a 403B, which is an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. So she's going to go face backwards, but rotate in toward the diving board. So lots of things to like about that. Really good position in her body on the takeoff. She's moving in a very good direction, and she's got a wonderful tight pike. Just a little bit of separation with the feet, which is those little details can get you moving from the good scores of a 7 down to that 6, 6.5 range.
Grace Courtney from Notre Dame.
Her first dive is a forward 2.5 somersaults pike. She does a really good job, and I've been very impressed with her diving as far as how high she jumps. And again, nice tight pike position, good lineup. Notre Dame and Coach Mark Bradshaw are going to be pretty happy with that start.
Here's Ellie Joyce from the University of North Carolina, starting out with a medium range difficulty, 2.4.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of ladies do similar dives. So this is an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. We've already seen one at 2.4 degree of difficulty. And a very nice job with that. So we're going to look at kind of the difference. We've seen one already. This one goes a lot higher as far as its jump and really nice and clean on the finish. And the scores are going to reflect that, being in those more of the good range of that 8, 7.5.
Total score of 57.6 for Ellie Joyce. Good numbers there.
Yeah, no, that's a good start for her. Freshman, and they're really excited for
Elsie Prostering from Louisville.
Yeah, Elsa's first dive is also that forward 1.5 with a full twist. She's known more as a platform diver, but you know, making her second final of the ACC championships today. Really good form, such a pretty diver and very elegant.
Callie Brady from Notre Dame, one of the taller divers, maybe the tallest.
Not quite sure.
Close.
She's one of the tallest here in the final tonight.
Yes.
So Callie's doing also that inward 1.5 somersault pike. And again, you see very lovely pike. Look how folded in half she is and nice and deep in her position. And a good solid lineup. What you see under the water is her do this pike save action to make it go in vertical, but just a little bit backed away from that diving board there.
And here's Margot O'Mara from Duke University.
Margot also is going to start with the inward 1.5 somersault pike, same dive we've seen already.
Two-time champion in the ACC.
I think that's going to end up in the good strength scores. I think it's a little bit archy on the finish as far as her body shape goes. And again, those little details matter. That 7, it's a good start. You know, you're looking to hopefully score between 55 to 60 points each round. Harder to do on those lower degrees.
Just got over 50 there.
Yep.
And now to round out round 1 is the 3-time defending champion in Aranza Vasquez Montano, and that she won all 3 events last year, including here in the 1 meter.
Yes. So I think we can all see, if you watch Aranza dive, she is so powerful and has such good timing on the diving board, so high, a little bit over and splashing on the entry. That's the only thing keeping that out of the very good range.
She got 58.5 on her first dive, and we're just underway with the diving competition in the women's 1 meter at the ACC championship. Welcome back. Round 2, Lizzie Powley from Georgia Tech.
So Lizzie's second round dive here is an inward 1.5 somersault pike. We saw some of the other ladies do that in the first round. You can choose the order you want to do. You got to cover all 5 categories though. So I want to just pick out something. As she comes up on the diving board, you see her feet slightly move forward, and then that moves it back a little bit. Sometimes you'll see judges take a little bit off. They call that a crow hop, but she does a really nice job of putting her feet down in the same position and going up. Good solid second round for her.
55+ points. Here's Kaylee Clark, Florida State.
So Kaylee's doing a forward 2.5 somersaults pike. I was talking with her coach before the contest. This is her first time competing at the ACC Championships as a senior. And about 5 weeks ago, they had to change which leg she did her hurdle on. So the leg she jumps off of. Really impressive. That's not an easy feat.
So Kaylee Clark, 84.6 through 2 dives so far in the 1 meter. And here is Grace Courtney from Notre Dame.
This is the first one that we've seen of a back 1.5 somersault pike. So standing backwards, rotating backwards at 1.5 times, and you have to see your spot, which is the diving board, and let go. She's a little bit late, so it just pulls by. Ends up with satisfactory scores.
96.3 through 2 rounds for Grace Courtney. And here's Ellie Joyce, University of North Carolina.
And again, same dive you just saw, back 1.5 somersaults pike. You'll see a lot of the same similar dives by the ladies in this contest, so it's about execution. Again, a little bit of the same result. Needs to let go a little sooner and push those feet back so that it stops up and down. Really good pike, but just a little bit too far over on the rotation.
Scored 34.5 in round 2. Elsa Prosterink from the Netherlands.
So this is Elsa's forward 2.5 somersault pike. So you're going to watch her take her hurdle, and she's going to move a little bit to the side of the diving board here as she goes forward, so it goes to the corner. Does a nice job to recover and still do a good dive, but that challenge is that hop hurdle you see can affect where you take off.
She's over the 100 mark, 101.9 now through 2 dives. Callie Brady, 6th diver.
Same dive for her. And unfortunately, that's the downfall of some of this hop hurdle, where you're trying to get the diving board moving to create that, and you see her get a little close to the end, and then when she lands, her feet are over the end and not able to catch the diving board. And then as she comes through, I'm guessing that they're going to call that a fail dive, and that her feet hit the water first, which is unfortunate. It happens, but it's, you know, it's not ideal.
The junior from St. Louis, Margot O'Meara. O'Meara, a 2-time champion here. She won her freshman year in the 1 meter.
Yeah, she was out last year with an injury, so she was redshirted, didn't compete. This is a back 1.5 somersault pike. We've already seen a couple of those. She did a phenomenal one in the prelims. Again, just a little bit late. Sometimes that's, you know, handling your adrenaline in the finals. Needs to let go a little sooner and push those feet back so that it doesn't over-rotate. Looks like all the ladies are maybe a little excited tonight and just got things moving a little too much.
Hey,
so you gotta beware.
They're on the ACC Network tonight.
That's true.
Prime time. That hasn't stopped Aranza Vasquez Montano over the years from the University of North Carolina. Wrapping up round 2.
So this is her inward 1.5 somersault pike. My favorite part about Aranza's diving is how well she times the push on the diving board and how straight up it goes. It's a very well done dive.
The senior from Mexico off to an outstanding start after 1/3 of the beginning of the 1 meter final here in Greensboro. All right, we're back here in Greensboro. Here is the standings after 2 of the 6 rounds complete. It is Vasquez Montano with a 113.7. It's a pretty big lead. Just about 12 points over Prosterink. Round 3. Lizzie Powley from Georgia Tech.
So Lizzie is doing a back 1.5 somersault pike. We've seen a couple of these before. We'll see if she can get that out at the right time and do that. I was sitting next to John. Looks like we've got a little bit of a hold up here, probably guessing that they've got a swimming event going on over here and maybe a time trial. So I know that our head referee down there, Amy, was looking around. We're like, what's going on? So they'll probably wait until that's finished before they start the next dive here. So we got a little bit of time. Let me tell you a little bit about what the judges are looking for. So the judges are actually looking for, they're looking at starting position, the approach and the takeoff, the flight through the air, and the entry into the water. And then they look at all those elements of the dive and they wrap it around the overall impression of the dive and give it a score. The scores range from 0 to 10 by half points, and there's a scale to it. 10 is excellent, 8.5 to 9.5 very good, 7 to 8 good, 5 to 6.5 is satisfactory, 2.5 to 4.5 deficient, and 1/2 to 2 is unsatisfactory. And then, unfortunately, we saw one earlier. 0 is a failed dive. Incorrect.
And they do it, and you've been a judge in a very quick time frame.
Yeah, you're basically calculating that out all very quickly.
Lizzie Powley again from Georgia Tech. A little delay to the start here of round 3.
Very good job on that back 1.5 somersault pike. So you see her just go slightly over. I was actually sitting next to Lizzie's coach, John Ains, down there from Georgia Tech earlier, and he was talking to her about taking that dive a little deeper before she starts her save action. That was a nice effort.
Now Kaylee Clark from Florida State.
Kaylee's doing the same dive, a back 1.5 somersault pike here next. Good. And from this side where we are, saw her feet come apart a little bit going through the water on the entry. It's a really good takeoff. You see her nice and flat on her jump and get into a deep pike. Just a little bit over in the separation of the feet going in the water.
And the scoring reflecting that, almost 38 points. Here's Grace Courtney.
And that's her reverse 1.5 somersault pike. So again, now we're going forward, but we're rotating backwards towards the diving board. So that's the opposite of the back 1.5. Same kind of thing. You have to come out and stop your position. Does a good job with that. Could be a little cleaner and a little better. Mark Bradshaw's going, yeah, it's good. We're moving along.
Almost 47 points. Ellie Joyce from North Carolina.
So one of the things that really separates us is the height that divers get off the diving board. Ellie does a really good job of being very powerful here. You see her jump all the way.
Yes.
She's rotating above the 3-meter springboard. Unfortunately, that out and entry isn't quite what she looks for. She ducks her head going in the water, and so it moves a little bit, throws some extra water. But that powerful jump is one of those elements of the dives the judges are looking for.
Elsa Prosterink from the University of Louisville, the junior.
So this is her back 1.5 somersault pike. So super, super accurate. Look at the entry. It's impeccable. What we just talked about, how high did she jump? Did she go to the same power and push and lift off the diving board? And you're talking about these very small details make a difference. So it's good, but it's not very good.
Didn't get to the 8s and 9s, you're saying, because of that. Callie Brady is up now from Notre Dame.
So this is a good bounce back 1.5 somersault pike for her. Good. You know, and it's hard. Sometimes those nerves get a little bit the best of you. That's a great jump and takeoff. She's trying to make sure she doesn't move it high. We've been talking about those people being a little out and just a little bit short. And it's, you know, you have to have a short memory in this sport.
Amnesia.
Pretty much.
Doesn't hurt. Margot O'Meara from Duke.
This is her reverse 1.5 somersault pike, so rotating back towards the diving board. And we talked about how high and powerful Ellie Joyce was a couple of divers ago, but look at this one. It's way up there too. And then, but look at this entry. unbelievable. Just a little cross feet, but that's very good dive, and it's going to score a lot of points.
That's the best one we've seen so far, 61.2. Outstanding for O'Meara. Trying to beat this person. Nobody did it last year. Aranza Vasquez Montano.
Aranza's been on a wonderful run. This is a back 1.5 somersault pike. Really good. Much better effort than this morning in the prelims. Love that takeoff again. Super powerful, but watch, she gets out on time, stops it, and love the entry and going in that way.
All right, we'll check out the updated standings as Montano is up to 167.75 as we return with the second part of the 1 meter. All right, we're at the midpoint now of the 1 meter, and it is Vasquez Montano leading, although Fosterink made some little more noise, and O'Meara with that outstanding dive at the 3rd round also in the hunt. Here's Lizzie Powley. Difficulty 2.4 here in her 4th dive.
Yep, you'll see her reverse 1.5 somersault pike. Again, same dive we've already seen a couple of times. Again, and she does a nice job with that. She's a little bit over the end of the diving board here where our toes are kind of hanging 10, as we call that, and then does a nice job to work it to get up and down, but because of that, it's moving away from the diving board and a little slow, and then so it's distance short is what I would call that.
Score of 40.8 for Powley. And here's Kaylee Clark again, her 4th dive.
So you're going to see the exact same dive. And again, the action is really good. She's nice and flat as far as the takeoff position, and she gets into a wonderful pike. Little bit of separation with the feet, and then just splashy going in. So some of that brings that down into that satisfactory range rather than good to very good.
Up to 163.35 through 4.
So remember, you're throwing out the 2 highest and the 2 lowest scores and taking those 3 in the middle and adding them together and multiplying by the degree of difficulty to get those total points.
Difficulty here for Ellie Joyce is at 2.4, rather Grace Courtney.
Yep, this is her inward 1.5 somersault pike, so we've seen this one too. Really nice and tall, nice pike, straight up and down, just a little bit of kick over. One of the judges really liked that, thought that was a very good dive, but still good score, 7.5.
That's the tough part. That 8.5 doesn't count, but that's how the scoring works. Ellie Joyce from North Carolina.
Well, in a subjective sport, that's really probably part of what the correction factor, I would say, is. Again, I really like Ellie's diving as far as how powerful she is. Jump is great and really good there. It goes high. Just want to see a little bit better entry as far as the body shape. She's a little arched in her back and a little bit washed over. That brings it into satisfactory, those 6.5 range, as opposed to being higher in the 7s, 8s, 8.5s, where we get that right entry.
All right, decent numbers, 42.9. And here is Prosterink from Louisville now.
So what I really like is that she does such a good job of being really in the right body position here and going up on the end of the diving board. And again, we talked about how accurate she is. Feet tight, entries are really impeccable. There's a lot of really good stuff about that. It's just not as high as some of the other divers, but being accurate and being consistent matters.
Callie Brady, Notre Dame.
So Callie's, I think, a little bit struggling here. Hopefully we get back on track, but she see her land again over the end of the diving board and drop those toes. So she ends up doing what we would call a break-in position, actually a completely wrong position. So The maximum score the judges can give that is a 2 because she did it in tuck as opposed to pike like it was supposed to be. And, you know, it's tough when you kind of get on that roll. It's how to break out of that and get back on the right spot.
Margot O'Meara from Duke. This is her most difficult. She'll also have a 2.6 in her final dive.
So Margot's doing a forward 2.5 somersault pike. Just a little bit by, maybe a tiny bit forward, which we don't quite get her arms all the way back up in that spot, so it's moving a little bit away and just carries a little bit too much momentum into the entry.
Now the leader through 3 rounds, Aranza Vasquez-Montano. This is her least difficult. Next to the one she just had at 2.3. This at 2.4.
She is so powerful and so high off the diving board. I want you to note, look how high she finishes the first flip. So she's doing a 1.5 pike. She is above the 3 meter when she lets go and just leaves it a little bit short, but I don't blame her for that because it's so high that she's got to control the entry.
All right, 4 rounds are done. Vasquez-Montano still has the lead in the 1 meter at the ACC Championship. Yeah, she's got it. We welcome you back to the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. Our women's 1 meter is through 4 of the 6 rounds so far, and it is the defending champion in the 1 meter. Vasquez-Montano leading over O'Meara of Duke. Courtney in 3rd place from the University of Notre Dame. 5th dive now for Lizzie Powley from Georgia Tech.
So you can see her twisting dive. It's a forward 1.5 somersaults with 2 twists. So a lot of things moving on here, right? So we got a little bit tall in the touch. You got the twisting action. You got a square, and then you have to pike down, and then you got to get straight again. And again, it's a little off axis and not square. So judges are going to kind of look at that and say, okay, where's that fall? And it falls just in that deficient, top end of the deficient category.
Not a lot of time to recover in the 1 meter.
Not a lot of time to do everything.
Yeah.
So you really have to be
going on.
Yeah, you got to be really balanced and get in the right spot.
Here's Kaylee from FSU.
This is a forward 1.5 with a full twist, so only 1 twist this time. A little more time to get that done. Good entry, just a little bit of arch. And again, remember, she's hurdling off a different leg than she would have done and learned it 5 weeks ago. It's crazy to me. That's a really hard skill to do.
Wow.
It's not easy.
Good score, 45.1 for Keely Clark. Now Grace Courtney from the University of Notre Dame.
So she's doing the exact same dive. I'm so impressed with Grace's diving. She is just, every time I've seen her, she gets a little bit taller, a little bit higher, starts getting more accurate on the dives. It's a nice dive.
Excellent scores.
Yeah, to almost score 50 points on a dive, it's 2.2 degree of difficulty. You had some execution that was really in
There's
there.
some difficulty in doing that. Ellie Joyce.
So you're going to watch Ellie do not add a full twist to what she just did. So reverse 1.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists. This side. So this is a reverse 1.5, 1.5. Now you notice she gets a little bit of shoulders on the start, and I think that dive is moving a little bit off to the side of the diving board instead of being directly in front. And if the judges can see that, you're going to see the scores kind of go down. And I think probably looking at the scores from Judge 1, Judge 6, and Judge 7, they're probably looking at it and seeing that side a little bit off to the axis side and a little bit twisted going in the water.
Across the rink for her 5th dive. This is the highest degree of difficulty, matching her dive in round 2.
So same dive you just saw. That's a little bit. She's hanging 10 with her feet just a little bit, but does a really good job of waiting for the diving board to come up and throw her off the diving board there and getting it moving. And again, it's not super high, which makes it a little less impressive, but it's so accurate that you can't give it more, less than a 7 or 6.5 in that top end of good.
Now let's see if Callie can recover here from Notre Dame. This matches her most difficult dive at 2.6.
That's a lot better.
Good for her.
Again, it's not the best one I've seen her do, because that hurdle is in the right balance there. And again, just a little bit short, because it's, you start questioning yourself. And it's hard to kind of get your mental space back in there, but did a good job with that. And I think just trying to figure that out. But you see a contrast between her and her teammate there as far as height goes.
Great sportsmanship with Courtney, her teammate. Margot Amira from Duke. About 14 points back of Vasquez Montano with 2 dives to go.
So this is Margot's reverse 1.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists. Again, we've seen one of those already. Really nice. It could be a little bit more vertical. She just looks down a little bit and lets it wash by, and so it's not as clean, but good hurdle, good takeoff.
Here's Aranza. Told me it is in place to come back for one more year. The senior from Mexico with her 5th dive.
Same dive we just saw. Reverse 1.5, 1.5. We saw 5 of them in a row, and I think this one's the best one of them all. Really big and tall jump, tight body shape, and right up and down, and great feet going in the water. It's the last thing you see. Really stands out to those judges.
And look at the consistency on the scoreboard here for the leader through 5 rounds, Aranza Vasquez Montano. Final round coming up. Welcome back, looking for her 2nd championship this year. Montano with the lead. What about your thoughts coming into round 6 here?
Aranza's got a nice lead there, but look how tight it is between 2nd and 4th, right? You got 5 points that separate them. Anything can happen in there. It's always nice to finish strong, usually a dive that you like, but you want to make that move here in the last round.
5 of the divers have their, at least matching their most difficult dive in round 6, including Lizzie Pally here at 2.6.
She's finishing with a forward 2.5 somersault pike. And again, I think that's going to be satisfactory scores. It's just a little bit too far forward for me as far as the distance goes, and not all the way folded in pike. You can see a little space between her legs and her chest, but again, up and down, nice and clean. Just those little tiny details that keep it satisfactory instead of good. And so multiply by the degree difficulty, 50 points.
Final dive for Kaylee Clark from Florida State. With the smile, it's good to see.
Yeah.
Enjoy the moment, right?
If you're a senior and you have not gotten to compete yet because of all of the injuries you battled, awesome to be able to go out and have a final and be in that final.
Nicely done.
Yeah, it's a nice back 1.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists there. Again, just a little bit of arch going through the water as far as the finish goes. And again, you see those feet kind of separate, but a nice solid effort.
Winds up with 252 plus points. Now Grace Courtney is actually her least difficult dive at 2.1 from Notre Dame.
And my guess is that they're changing it just based on the little bit of delay here.
Yep, you're exactly right. It went to 2.5.
Yeah, so So instead of a back 1.5 somersaults with a half twist, it's a back 1.5 somersaults with 1.5 twist. So we add a twist to that. Make the degree of difficulty will go up from 2.1 to 2.5.
Try to get to that second spot, perhaps?
Yeah.
Give her a better chance?
Give it a chance. Good. Now, I can probably say that, maybe in the prelims that way, she's a little anxious on the twist, so it moves a little bit off to the side, and it doesn't quite end up getting all the way square, and it's a little too much movement. But again, still, that gives you a little better chance to kind of put yourself in a spot to do that. And that's one of the nice things about the NCAA, that you can change those dives on the board. It's a difference.
And
than
react to it. Outstanding. Ellie Joyce from North Carolina. Her most difficult at 2.6.
Forward 2.5 somersaults pike. And she's only going to continue to get better. That's a nice way to finish the contest out with a really solid forward 2.5 somersault pike. But you see how high she jumps. Nice pike, straight up and down. Needs a little better feet, some little details in there, but a good dive.
Here's Elsa. Elsa Prosterink, the junior for Louisville, a breakout year last year.
She recently earned a spot for her country to the Olympics on the platform event in Doha at the World Championship World Cup. Yep. So this is her inward 1.5 somersault pike in 2.4 degree difficulty. And it's proof. Look at her teammates' reaction over there. It's so powerful as far as up and down and just accurate and clean. And again, it's going to score well because she's so pretty. It's an elegant dive.
There it is. Great numbers. 55.2 in round 6. She's over 306 points. 3 divers to go. Callie Brady from Notre Dame.
And that's a great way for her to finish up. That was the best hurdle she's taken so far. It's up and down, it's moving. It's a nice 1.5 somersaults with 2 twists. It's a little bit too far out from the diving board, but nice to see her kind of recover and get back into a spot where it's like, hey, I feel good about what I did at the end here. Because again, you got carryover. They still have more competitions coming up for the rest of their season.
Good point, Margot. O'Meara from Duke, next to last.
So it looks like she actually switched her dive, the order of her last 2. So she's got a back 1.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists here at 2.5 degree difficulty. And it's a good dive. It's a little bit back from the springboard, and just that little bit of sliding past instead of getting out and reaching in front a little bit more so that we don't get the over rotation and the splashiness of the entry.
Ends up at 302.20. And now our final diver looking for the repeat is Aranza Vasquez-Montano from UNC. This is her most difficult dive, a 3.0 degree of difficulty.
So she's doing a reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck. We saw several of them from the men yesterday in their competition. If I have one complaint, it's the entry into the water, but just look at how high that is. It's above the 3 meter. It's clean. It's up and down. It could be just a better entry, but really big and tall. And that secures it for her.
She's a champ again. Congratulations. You did it by almost 30 points as well. And we will talk with her about winning yet again. And look at the celebration for Aranza Vasquez-Montano.
Well, and that is her brother, who is also on the team, is a freshman on the team.
Yes.
So, get to share that with your diving family and your family too. So it's pretty special.
She started diving, she told me, at the age of 4. Her coach was the diving coach. Got her into it. And wow, as she developed here on the collegiate level and on the world level as well. She was in the Olympics in 2021 with Mexico and was 6th in the 3 meter. But she wins again. Won the 3 meter yesterday. The 1M still has the platform to go. Wow, we'll talk with her. How does it feel to be a champ again? from Montana. That's next.
It's amazing that it's happening.
Aranza, you mentioned you took a break from diving in your summer of your sophomore year, but kind of rejuvenated and got your interest back, and now it seems like it's at an all-time high.
Yes, absolutely. I had to take a break from diving. I was struggling a lot mentally, and I realized that if I wasn't in a good place mentally, I wasn't going to be a good diver. So I took a step back, kind of recharged batteries with my family and with my teammates, and I just came back with a lot of hunger to win everything.
Aranza, so one last question for you. So I noticed after you came over, and big hug for Coach and your teammates, but also your brother. What's that like to be able to share that with him?
Oh, it's amazing. My brother and I are so close, and having him with me, screaming for me, I can hear him like so clear. It's amazing, and just having him run towards me and hug me is just the best feeling ever. And my parents are here again, so I'm just happy that they're getting to enjoy this with me.
Well, go celebrate with her.
Thank you.
Congratulations with your friends, your teammates, fans here watching you. You're a champion again, and you still got one more to go.
Thank you.
All right. 7-time champion now in the ACC, Aranza Van Vaquez Montano. Welcome back to the 2024 ACC Swimming and Diving Championship. Here's our final results in the women's 1-meter diving. O'Meara grabs the bronze for Duke. Prosterink gets the silver for Louisville, but once again on top, she did it again from the University of North Carolina, Aranza Vasquez Montano, and she joins us now downstairs. Aranza, a champion again, your 7th year at the ACC Championships. How about performing here in the 1-meter? What was it like for you?
I mean, it was definitely a hard competition. I knew it wasn't going to be easy. Mario is a great diver. Everyone else that makes it to finals are amazing. So I knew I still had to do great dives, and I just trusted myself. I knew I could do it, and I just had fun and enjoyed the competition.
You've been a world traveler lately and just continue to come back and get better and better every time I see you. How do you feel about having this be your 5th ACC title in a row? Because you won 3 in a row last year, add 2 more. I guess the work's not done, but how are you feeling about that?
It feels amazing. I mean, I do what I love, and I just have fun doing it. I enjoy doing it. I enjoy being with my friends and with my teammates and everyone. So I just have fun doing it, and being the 5th time in a row is just crazy to me. I never dream of it, so it's amazing that it's happening.
Aranza, you mentioned you took a break from diving in your summer of your sophomore year, but kind of rejuvenated and got your interest back, and now it seems like it's at an all-time high.
Yes, absolutely. I had to take a break from diving. I was struggling a lot mentally, and I realized that if I wasn't in a good place mentally, I wasn't going to be a good diver. So I took a step back, kind of recharged batteries with my family and with my teammates, and I just came back with a lot of hunger to win everything.
Aranza, so one last question for you. So I noticed after you came over, and big hug for Coach and your teammates, but also your brother. What's that like to be able to share that with him?
Oh, it's amazing. My brother and I are so close, and having him with me, screaming for me, I can hear him like so clear. It's amazing, and just having him run towards me and hug me is just the best feeling ever. And my parents are here again, so I'm just happy that they're getting to enjoy this with me.
Well, go celebrate with her.
Thank you.
Congratulations with your friends, your teammates, fans here watching you. You're a champion again, and you still got one more to go.
Thank you.
All right, 7-time champion now in the ACC, Aranza Van Vaquez Montano. All right, great job. Here's our winners here tonight on the women's side. How about Virginia? They got 4 of the top spots in the 200 freestyle relay, the 500, the 200 medley with Walsh, and then Gretchen Walsh, her sister, the senior in the 50 freestyle. Great job. And then Vasquez Montano finishing it out for North Carolina and winning her 5th consecutive here at the ACC 3 last year and 2 this year. So, as a result, it is Virginia on top, Louisville 2nd, NC State 3rd through day 2 of the competition, but still 3 more days to go for the women and the men. For the men here tonight, the story, NC State and Louisville. Zaburtsev with a tremendous finish, winning the 500 freestyle. Bustos following up on last year's record in the IM with another victory. And how about Giuliano for Notre Dame winning the 50 in the freestyle for the Fighting Irish. Fighting Irish led after day one. After day two, they are in the hunt, but it's NC State. Big day for the Wolfpack. Louisville sitting in third, and Virginia Tech is fourth through the events so far. Big night. Here's what we'll have for you tomorrow in day 3 of the 2024 ACC Men's and Women's Championship. We'll feature the 400 IM, the 100 fly, the 200 free, and the 3M diving as we get a look at the men for the first time off the board. And that'll do it for us. We're glad you joined us today from Greensboro, North Carolina. An outstanding start of our coverage in this ACC Swimming and Diving Championship. For Amy Van Dyken, and Jason Bauman, our entire outstanding crew, I'm Craig Minervini. Thanks for joining us for the 2024 ACC Men's and Women's Swimming and Diving Championship. We'll see you tomorrow night from Greensboro. The ACC Network presents the 2024 Swimming and Diving Championship from Greensboro, North Carolina. We're at the state-of-the-art Greensboro Aquatic Center. 1.5 million gallons of water sitting like a calm before a storm. Here's our big events tonight. Coming at you, the 400 IM, the 100 fly, the 200 free, and the 3-meter men's diving, all tonight from Greensboro. Well, Virginia has been the story, folks. So far, they won all 4 swimming events on the women's side. Last night setting records in the process. Louisville's in second. And then you've got a trio of North Carolina staples rounding out the top 5.
Hello, everybody. I'm Craig Minervini with 6-time Olympic gold medalist Amy Van Dyken. Welcome to Greensboro. The stars have been shining here, and none brighter than Virginia junior Gretchen Walsh.
That's
Amy.
right, and she has not disappointed yet. Last night, she broke an American record in the 50 free. Then she followed that up, the first woman to go under 20 seconds on the end of a relay. She is amazing, but we've got to look at the men's side as well. NC State is going to shine again. The reason why, they are so deep, and they continue to be deep, and that is why they keep winning these championships.
All right, going to be fun to watch. We started off with our C final here tonight in the 400 IM. Lanes 1 to 8, bottom to the top. Florida State, North Carolina 2-3, Duke in lane 4. NC State in 5, FSU in 6, Virginia Tech is in 7th, and Notre Dame in 8th to get us going here tonight with a kind of a grueling event for starters.
Oh, this one is just gnarly. I mean, but I'll tell you what, these athletes are so talented and they make it look so easy. Something to pay attention to in the IM is that each discipline is a better stroke for one of these ladies than the other. So we can see someone take it out fast in the butterfly like we're seeing right now. Or someone may not be a great butterfly, or they may be hanging out, just waiting until their best stroke comes. So we will see the lead change a lot. But you are using every muscle, every fiber just to get through this race.
And 100 yards of each stroke. Fly, the back, breast, and free in that order.
Here we're getting ready to go from back to, or pardon me, from fly to back. See, you can tell I never swam it. I don't even know the order.
Order is different in IM versus the relay.
Correct, yes. So we will see backstroke first in the relay, but right now it is second.
And Catherine Purnell has the lead from Duke in that 4th lane. Duke has had a very good start. They're in 4th place overall in the points.
They're doing really well. Now watch up there in lane 6. We've got Brooke Zettel right there. She is from Virginia Tech. Great backstroker, as you've seen. She held back on that butterfly. Look at that shot. Beautiful camera shot. You can see how she's sitting. Her head is perfectly still. If you put a glass of water on her head, she would not drop it off. And that is what you want. Rotate from side to side.
Are you saying even on the turn, she wouldn't drop it?
She can drop it on the turn. But that's the only rule.
Now that would be a real trick in her back pocket.
That's right.
Brooke Zettel with a very good start.
And there's Sydney Cole in lane 6 from FSU. And again, she took that lead on the backstroke. And now on the breaststroke, she is just making that lead grow even more. It's almost like she held on that butterfly leg, Craig, she just held back a little bit because she knew her best 2 strokes were coming. Now we do have another 50 of breaststroke, something to keep your mind on, right? The person who can do that transition from breaststroke to freestyle will actually have a bigger lead. It grows exponentially because you're going from a slower stroke to a faster stroke. As you see her breaststroke right there, you can see she is diving her head down a little bit, which is definitely a technique. Watch this turn. You want to spin on that side, get your hand to your ear, and she just looks great as she's heading into this final 25 of breaststroke.
Mary McCauley for North Carolina is bidding for second here in our C final. Just getting going. Remember, these are the places from 17 to 24. They do earn points, and you've got to battle just to get to the top 24. So this is a bonus for everyone here to make it to the C final. Although it's a consolation, points are earned, and you've got to battle your way to the prelims to get here.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, as we've seen, and you showed the scores early on at the top of the show, it is so tight. Every point counts. If you can move from, 16th to 9th, man, I'll tell you what, your team's going to love you. As we come into this last 50, you can see all the coaches and everybody getting really excited. That's because right now, we've got Mary McCauley from UNC in lane 3. She is making a move right now.
McCauley in 3, Cole in 6 for Florida State. The lanes go from the bottom to the top. Lane 1 at the bottom of your screen, up to lane 8, top of your screen.
Oh, this is going to come right down to it.
Keelan Cotter from North Carolina State with a very good push at the end to take the C final.
What a great push at the end that was. That was spectacular. We weren't even mentioning her up until that last 50. She just turned it on. And look at her, yes, out of breath, happy. She should be happy. That was a great swim.
So good job for Keelan Cotter and NC State as she wins. Cole from Florida State gets second. North Carolina with McCauley taking the points from third in our C final. Good start, fun night.
I'm telling you.
The pool looks great.
The pool looks wet.
Look at it.
Everyone's ready to go.
They're excited. We've talked to swimmers, divers from both sides, the coaches. This is a big event, obviously, to try to win an ACC championship. You never forget it.
Never forget it. I'll tell you what, I don't know if you can feel it. You can feel the energy up here from where we are. I can only imagine what it's like down there on the deck.
The crowd is great. It's not just the team that you see at the top of your screen screaming on, but behind us, a large crowd, probably close to 2,000 at least. All right, here we go with the B final. Look at that crowd. And they're all, it's really cool. They're sectioned off.
Yes.
With their respective parents.
Yeah, and they've been tailgating, mind you, since prelims ended. So they are ready for a good final.
And they're very happy because there's a lot of scholarship swimming there.
That's right.
So the tab is a little light.
I love it.
All right, here we go. It's the B final. Georgia Tech in lane number 1. North Carolina State is 2 and 3. North Carolina with Farris in 4. Portello for Duke is in 5. Virginia Tech in 6 with Brooke Zettel. And that is North Carolina and Louisville to round it out. Paige Kawada in lane 8.
I want to point something out since we have a second as they're getting into this butterfly leg. You will hear the announcer say no flash photography, but yet when you notice after the beat goes off during that, there are flashes underneath the starting blocks. Why is that? That is for our swimmers who happen to be hearing impaired or deaf, so that they can actually be aware of when that gun goes off, as well as the hearing participants, right? So they see the light, and the swimmers will hear the sound, and there you go. So that's why that rule is in effect.
Great point.
Coming into this last 25 of butterfly, looking very nice. One thing right here, you've got to make sure you're getting tired, right? But you still have another quite 300 left to go. So you've got to make sure you get your hips up so that it throws your arms forward, and that'll make the butterfly just a little bit easier as they come onto the backstroke here.
Very tight battle here between lanes 3 all the way up to 7. Here at NC State, she's in lane 3. Ferris in lane 4, North Carolina. Portello Duke in lane 5. And then Zettel and Muzzy, 6 and 7. Give the edge right now probably to Portello. For Duke in lane 5. Or perhaps even Kuramoto for Georgia Tech in lane 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this shot. What a great shot. You can see she's moving her head just a little too much. Listen, that's nitpicking. You are in the B final at the ACC Championships. You're doing something right. But if I were her coach, I would tell her to keep her head just a little bit straighter, and that could help her rotate a little bit better.
Talking to Louisville head coach Arthur Albiero beforehand, he says, you know, as a coach, you tend to do what you just said. You nitpick. You're looking at the negative, and I got to look at the positive as well. His club has swam very well here. They're in 2nd place in the women, behind Virginia, and in 3rd place in the men. But as a coach and as a competitive swimmer like yourself, gold medalist, you do pick out, because that's what you want to do. You want to improve.
Well, you have to, because at the end of the day, I won 2 gold medals by a total of 3/100ths of a second.
Wow.
So those little things that I nitpick, you know, when we're watching these events, that's what matters, and that's what will make that difference.
Yara Hirath from North Carolina State has a slight edge on Audrey Portello in lane 5 for Duke. Hirath in lane 3, the senior from Germany.
And she's got a beautiful breaststroke. She's very patient with her stroke, meaning watch how long she streamlines right there out front. She doesn't rush that. Getting a nice power from that kick and just gliding with it nice and easy. What a beautiful shot that is right there. Thank you. You can see here gliding, just taking her time. And her kick is so powerful. To the freestyle. So really it is a race right now. Lanes 3 and lane 5. Make sure that you're looking at your competitors, so if you've got a little extra in the tank, you can give it to them.
75 yards to go. That's 3 lengths of the pool. Hirath, ever so slight lead on Portello in lane 5. Hirath again, lane 3 for NC State. 50 to go.
Oh, this is going to be a battle right now, is when you're seeing all that white water behind these swimmers. You have got to come into this turn and hit it perfectly, bounce off. There we go. Do your dolphin kicks. It is stroke for stroke right now. It is anyone's race.
Hirath in 3, Portello in 5. 5 yards to go. And Hirath from NC State gets the win of the B final.
Oh my goodness, what a great race that she put together right there. And just look at the exhaustion. I mean, that was a hard-fought battle. That is a tough, tough race. She did a nice job. So, Craig, you know, I was talking earlier about when the swimmers start and how there's no flash photography. Watch this right here. The gun goes off, and you saw that flash. Look at lane 7. She's the second one up from the bottom. Watch right here. Light goes off. And she went off. Now, here's something interesting. If you are a hearing athlete and you can watch that and time it, because if you saw the light goes off before the sound happens, so if you can time that right as a hearing athlete, you got a little advantage.
You can get it actually an advantage. That's interesting.
Yep.
Because you'd think almost maybe it would be just the opposite, but you're saying just a slight, and as you said, could be 100th of a point difference.
I'm telling you.
Good job here, Rev. She gets the win. All right, here we go. Record-wise, Ella Nelson, who is here competing, and she's already been a victor. Alex Walsh, the senior conference record. Ella Easton, 2018, the American record. The A final, the 400, the grueling race. Can Virginia win another one? They've won all 4 so far in our competition through 8 events.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been unstoppable. I don't expect it to really change at all during this event for sure. You know, we've got some really, really good athletes in here. let's go ahead and let's talk about it because I'm stoked.
Mackenzie Campbell is in lane 1. She's out of Georgia Tech. Grace Shebo's a junior, also for the Wolfpack, trying to follow up on the Hirath victory. Virginia has 3 swimmers. They're in 3, 4, and 5, and they are good ones. Anna Keating, she's a senior from Vienna, Virginia, 5th here in the 200 breast last year. In lane 4, it's Ella Nelson, a graduate student. Went to the same school as the Walsh sisters, Harpeth Hall High School in Nashville. Ella Bathurst is also from Virginia, lane 5. She's a junior. And then Louisville's got Kim Herkel in lane 6, a junior. NC State represented by the sophomore, Catherine Helms. She's out of lane 7. And then Rye Hewlett, the junior from Louisville, in lane number 8. All right, who are you looking at here?
Well, let's go back to lane 4 and talk about Ella Nelson from Virginia really quickly. She is the defending champion in this event. She is going to come out not hot, but she's going to let these ladies know that she is the defending champion and that they better watch out. So I really look forward to a great race from her, but of course she's got her other teammates that she trains with every day right beside her. So this is going to be a fun one for these ladies.
Ella won the silver in the 200 medley final. Alex Walsh won that one in our ACC championship. There it is, lined up, lane 1 up to the top in 8. Rye Hewlett with her sister. That must be fun. It's not just the Walsh sisters here. She's there with her sister who's a junior.
Can you imagine? That would be so much fun.
And
that would be my dream.
Competing.
To compete with my sister, although she's 6 years younger. It's hard to believe.
Her
she's
sister,
only 1.
yes, so is that right?
Yeah.
That'd be tough to do, unless you were left back. Tristan Hewlett has won 6 medals here, her sister. And Rye here, the junior, top of your screen. Here we go with the A final. The IM, fly, back, breast, and free. 100 yards of each stroke.
Right here, this first 50, I've said it 1,000 times when it's a longer race, let your body settle in because you've got all these nerves and excitement. Just let your body go and then let the work take over starting now. Lane 4, I love her stroke. I love Ella's stroke because it's so non-traditional. See, look at that. It's like her shoulders are dislocating, but she gets so much pull underneath the water. It's really all that matters at the end of the day.
You know, it sounds like we're not in a pool, but in an ocean with the waves here and the power in the water. It really is incredible. The crowd getting into it.
Here we go. We're getting up to the last few meters of butterfly onto the backstroke.
Nelson lane 4 and Sheba lane 2, NC State. Right there, though, is Campbell.
That was, listen, I'm going to tell you what, that shot was amazing. And I love to see that. And I'm going to tell you what, Ella, you got to stop bouncing, girl. She's bouncing too much in the water, up and down. You need to go straight forward.
Takes time away.
Takes time away, and you're pulling things that you don't need to pull.
Well, despite that, she does have the lead in a very competitive A final here.
Listen, I'm just nitpicking. You know what I'm saying? Because you can look at any of these swimmers and say that everything is perfection, but there's always that one jerk in the crowd that'll point out what's not right.
Well, beforehand, I was watching the coaches. Now everybody's got an iPad, and they are breaking it down stroke for stroke. What you're saying?
Oh yeah.
You did this, you did that.
Exactly. Yep. Because if you don't see it, you don't know how to fix it. Here we come into the breaststroke leg. This turn so hard because you've got to hold your breath for so long. It's just awkward. You contort yourself, and they did it so nice. And now here we go with Ella Nelson and her breaststroke. Again, look at that time that she is taking, stretched out front. Not there because she was getting ready for the turn, but it's just so great. I love it when the athletes give themselves some time right there. Just have a nice glide. Let all that work that you've just done with that pull and kick carry you through.
Ella, the champion in 21 and in 2022, right here in the 400 IM. To add to her medals, she may be from the same school as the Walsh sisters, but she also has earned her accolades here and her scholarship very nicely for Todd DeSorbo and company at Virginia.
Yeah, Coach DeSorbo knows how to recruit.
Wow.
Yeah, he knows what's up. And yeah, so he gets the top of the line athletes every single year.
And gets the benefit of what was a difficult year, the COVID year, because these students get to compete if they want and come back for 5 years.
I love that. I love that so much.
Like her.
Yes, I wish that we could do that all the time. And look at this. I mean, Ellen Nelson is just on fire. But see, look at that. She's not letting up. Right now, she is not really racing any particular swimmer in the pool. She is now racing for a time. She wants to get a better time, so when she heads into NCAA, she will have a better time, perhaps. And look at her. She just looks so great. So nice, easy, relaxed. At the end of a 400 IM, who can say they look relaxed? But that is what is happening right here. And there she goes, kicking her legs up a little bit more, turning over her arms a little bit faster as she comes into this final turn.
She did 3:59.33 last year. That was the best in the ACC in history. That's the number. They come up a little short of that, but an outstanding race. And yet another championship for the graduate student from Nashville, Tennessee, Ella Nelson.
Oh, so well done.
Schiebel in second for NC State. And Herkel for Louisville is third.
I want to check something out here. I want to watch this backstroke to the breaststroke turn. And I was talking about how important this is. Watch this. You take your top arm and you put it on the wall, then you can tort over, and then you do a turn, and then you go on from your back to your stomach. Good gravy. And look at this finish. This is crazy. She is finishing, and there's no one else in camera shot. Now there they are. Well done, young lady. Congratulations.
So Ella Nelson continues the storyline here in Greensboro. Virginia has now won all 5 women's events so far as the swimming is concerned. And they do get points with Bathurst and Keating, but give Schiebel credit for breaking through in that Cavalier stranglehold, and Kim Herkel as well for Louisville, getting the second and third places.
That's right. They did a really nice job. It is intimidating when you've got all the teammates surrounding you.
But good points for all the finalists.
Yes.
It's a big deal, obviously, to get to the final 8 at the ACC championships from top to bottom. And big points being earned again as Virginia goes for their 15th championship in 17 years. We'll get a chance to talk with the winners throughout the evening, which is a lot. We had a lot of fun doing that last night.
Yeah, it's so much fun.
The personalities and the enjoyment and the smile of this great event that they get to compete in.
Yeah, it's
all
so
comes
great.
Out.
Normally they get to talk to themselves staring at a black line all day. Now they get to talk to us.
The only problem is, for TV purposes, they do it very quickly.
Bless them.
After coming out of the water. Ella Nelson, you did it again. What was different about this championship this time in the 400 IM for you, now that you're a elder graduate student?
Yeah, I know. I'm the grandma around here. No, it was really, really special having Ella and Anna on both sides of me. We've just had a lot of fun training for it this year and kind of like imagining this situation for us when we got to ACC. So it was just fun. The whole day we were just thinking about it in the ready room together, warming up. It's a really special way to finish out my last ACCs.
How special is it for you to have been able to come back for a 5th year and compete with these ladies one more time?
Yeah, I really mean it when I haven't thought twice about my decision to come back for a 5th year. I just came off of NCAAs last year with a great feeling in my mouth, a great taste in my mouth. I just was feeling confident and loving the sport. So I just have loved the opportunity to get to be here with my team at UVA. It's the best place ever. Yeah, really happy to be here another year.
Good for you. Congratulations. And congratulations on your continued work for your master's degree, too.
Yeah, it's been a little bit harder than undergrad, but like I said, just really grateful that I've gotten to continue my education and have another year with my teammates.
Good for you. Congratulations, Ella Nelson, champion again. She's pursuing her master's in the McIntyre School of Commerce at the University of Virginia. Coming up next, we'll go to the men's side. It's the 400 IM. Oh, they've got a tough act to follow, and they'll do it next year when we return to Greensboro. Welcome back to Greensboro. Here's a look at the men's standings now. They are through 7 events. And NC State, they're doing it again. Can you believe it? They're going for their 3rd straight and 8th championship in 9 in the ACC. We'll start it off with the C final. These are all competitors that went through the prelims to get to the evening here. A major accomplishment for them. And They'll try to win a C final and get some points on the board for their team. Points will be distributed from 1 through 8 here in the C final, but you have to get to the C final to earn points.
Yeah,
for your team.
absolutely. You've got to swim in the prelims, and you've got to be, you know, in the top 24. But here's something for you. We talk about how grueling this race is, right? So you swim it once in the morning, once at night. There have been instances where people have tied and had to do a swim off. So they've had to swim 400 IMs all in one 24-hour span.
Wow, how much? They give them a little time between that?
So they will, after prelims, do the swim off, and then they will go home, back to the hotel or whatever, maybe for an hour or two, try to nap, and come back and do it again.
Here they come.
Good night.
A few years ago, the men's was decided by just 2 points.
Yes.
So these, even a point or two here, could be the difference.
If you could just move up one spot or hold your spot and not drop, oh man, you are doing your team a service, man.
Now, maybe not necessarily this year because of the lead NC State has roared out to. We've been talking about Virginia, but coming into the action tonight, NC State was up by 180 plus points.
Right.
190 points.
That's
already.
A lot. Yeah, that's a lot. That's after day 2. We're in day 3 now, so what is it going to look like after this?
Notre Dame in second, Louisville in third, coming into the action here in day number 3.
Look at this race right now. We do have a race, and I love to watch this. So we've got lane 2, we've got Colin from Virginia, and we've also got lane 4, Christensen from Notre Dame. Again, the 2 schools that you were just talking about there on the men's side, Notre Dame and NC State. And that turn right there for Christensen from Notre Dame was just huge. That is where he caught up, and I'm going to that turn right there from back to breast. I was talking in the women's heat how it's so important, and Christensen just did an open turn. If I'm honest with you, at this level, I have not seen that in quite some time. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying I haven't seen it.
That's Notre Dame in the lead. He's talking to their head coach, the very personable Chris Lindauer, beforehand, and he said, he put it in an interesting way. He said, we're here to disrupt the ACC. And what he meant by that is just, we're here. The Irish have not always been a great swimming school. They're building. They're in second in the men's. We're arriving, and we're improving, and we're making a name for ourselves here. And he said that's real important for his team, but to enjoy it along the way too.
You have to enjoy it. You know, you don't want to be so stressed out during these meets because it is so much fun. And when we get to speak with the winners and they talk about the camaraderie with their teams, you know, I've been on, of course, a lot of teams. The Olympic teams, we were obviously the closest, but my college team and those meets with my college teammates, I will never forget those. So kids, if I have anything to say to you, please enjoy. I agree.
Into the final 100 yards here. Bernard Christensen from Notre Dame in lane number 4 continues to lead the pack.
He's doing a great job, and again, remember, I was saying I've never seen someone at this level do an open turn. He did it, and he is running away with this event so far. I love it.
Matthew Hellman, Virginia in lane 5. He's second. Kalen Anbar from Duke is in lane 3. He's in third right now.
Here we go to the final turn. Again, I do not see the lead changing, but the battle is for second and third in this heat. And as you were talking about points for your team, that's what we need.
And oh, by the way, a victory here. Very nicely done in the C final for Christensen. Hellman from Virginia comes in second. And give Colin Ritz the bronze in third in the C final.
Have you noticed a difference when you look at these athletes after a race as compared to last night when we watched the 50? That's why I was a sprinter. These guys are just exhausted, whereas before you're just tired.
So another win for Notre Dame, continuing their fine run here for Chris Lindauer's program. Virginia gets second and third, and North Carolina gets the points for fourth with John Donovan. Here's the B final. Watson for the Cardinals, Biela for Pittsburgh, Fitzpatrick in number 3, Bogner for Georgia Tech. Then it's Louisville, North Carolina. The Hokies in the 7th spot. Notre Dame's got 2 spots here. And Sean Fakish is in lane 8 for the Irish.
Nice starts by everybody. Something that I did notice, because I noticed these weird things. Lane 5, Jackson Millard from Louisville, he is actually wearing a nose plug. Some of the athletes will do that when they are doing backstroke because they want to keep the water out of their nose and they're underwater for a really long time. So that may be why he is wearing it. There are some backstrokers actually that can take their upper lip, fold it up around their nostrils, and plug their nose off that way. I was not that person. He is obviously not that person either because he's wearing a nose plug. It's a choice, and I love it. It's not slowing him down any.
Not at all. He's got the lead. Jackson Millard from Louisville. He's just a sophomore. And how great is it if you're Coach Albiero seeing a sophomore come out here and lead the way in the B final. Long way to go.
There's Millard again. You can see that nose plug. See how he's bouncing a little bit up and down. You want to maintain just a little bit straighter. The reason he's doing that is he's a little bit flat on the water, meaning that he's not turning so much from side to side. He's bouncing more up and down. Just a little cleanup and it would be great, but he's doing so well right now.
So is Sean Fackish in lane 8, who is battling right now with Jack Fitzpatrick, also from the Irish, in lane 3 for second place.
And here we go. We're getting ready for the final 25 of backstroke. This turn, I've talked about it a million times tonight. I'm going to talk about it a million more. So important. Make sure that you get it right. Hold your breath because you are underwater for a long time on this one. Beautiful stroke.
Come back up about midway through the pool. Is that where you want to come up?
That's pretty normal for back to breaststroke on an IM. Absolutely. It was a little long, but I think that was great because he got such a glide.
Millard has the lead in lane 5. Jack Fitzpatrick battling his teammate, Sean Fackish, for second right now, both from the Fighting Irish.
Wow, yeah, look at this. Again, I've said it before, the lead changes a lot in this event because someone may be a better breaststroker and someone may be a better backstroker, and we're seeing that happen right now when best strokes are breaststroke, and here they come. Oh, here we go, we got a race.
Ben Delmar's making a move for North Carolina in lane 6. So add him to the mix of Fitzpatrick and Falkish, and of course Millard. 100 to go.
I mean, look at this. Delmar just took off. Now that turn right there, Delmar, you got to get your heels to your booty. Don't flap your legs over that long.
He's got the lead in lane 6. Delmar for North Carolina. 50 yards to go.
Oh, Fitzpatrick in lane 3.
He's right there.
Giving him a run for the money. Right now, here's what you do. Set up for this turn, come off, and it is all guts, all glory. Just finish this race.
Final 25 yards. Fitzpatrick in lane 3. Delmar in lane 6. Who's it going to be? Fitzpatrick has the edge, and he's got it. He was born to be an Irishman. His name is Jack Fitzpatrick, and he is the champion in the B consolation.
And that right there is something that you do not get to do just because you won. The only way that you can slap the water, throw those Irish pumpers, is when you do really well. Let's watch this finish right here and how it was done. So close underneath those flags, and there he is. He dove onto his side. Could have gotten a little bit more on his side, but he's so stoked. I'm not taking anything away from him.
Well, outstanding here for the Fighting Irish. We mentioned it throughout our show here that they've been making a little bit of a statement here, a distraction, if you will, as the coach put it, and that's what he wanted, to just rustle up the water, just like his swimmers, and they're doing that. Good job here for Fitzpatrick winning the consolation.
And we've been hearing how much speed that they have. We've been hearing this all year, and we are now seeing it at the ACC Championship.
Here's the records. Owen, Virginia Tech, the meet record. Nevo, Georgia Tech, the conference record. Georgia has the American record. We'll see if they will fall, because we have seen a lot of records fall already, and we're only at the midpoint of the actual championship.
I mean, I don't know that my heart can take this. I am not a young buck, as it were, anymore. I may be getting AFib. I'm not confident. It's just exciting. It's amazing. This is the best time of year, everybody. I love it.
The ACC championship back here in this pool for the 9th time. Overall, Louis Dram from North Carolina will be in lane 1. He's the sophomore. A guy we've been impressed with, Max Mattiazzi from Pittsburgh. He's a senior. He's getting set for lane number 2. Sophomore from NC State, Kyle Ponsler will be in lane number 3. Then how about Tommy Breed from Louisville? More on him coming up. He's the junior in lane 4. Owen Lloyd, senior. He's had a very good competition so far. Lane 5. Matt Stuyvesant from Virginia will be in lane number 6. The Cavaliers with 2 in this final. Sebastian Sergio will be in lane number 7, and Nicholas Garcia in lane 8. All right, your eyes are on?
My eyes are on the middle of the pool. Lane 4, which is Tommy Breed, and lane 5, Owen Lloyd. These guys are different swimmers, and you can even see as they're just standing there, they are very different. So this is going to be a fun race, but I really enjoy them. Last year, Owen got 3rd in this event, so he does have that experience. All of these guys really do, and so it's just going to come down to really who wants it more at the end. Oh, I love a smile on
Tommy Breed.
the blogs.
He's a mechanical engineering major. Yes.
Sir?
Yeah. Sir to you, Sir Breed, a junior. He was 6th in the 400 IM last year, and 3:44.84. So good for him here to be in this position, leading the pack, and he cut off about 2.5 seconds from last year.
That's amazing.
And that's the prelim.
That is a prelim. And you know, as I said, most swimmers go faster at night, so let's see how much more he can drop. That's why this is so much fun.
Lloyd, the senior, picked up his first ever ACC medal last year. His 2nd on Wednesday. Here we go.
Take your marks.
Nice starts, and again, you know, the starts are not nearly as important tonight as they were in that 50 free. You know, they've got a little bit more time to make things up, so it wasn't as important, but they all looked really, really nice as they're settling into this first 50 of butterfly. Remember, let your body just go. And once you hit this wall here, that's when you're gonna let all of your training, your talent, everything you've done take over.
50 more yards of the starting stroke, the butterfly, before they go into the back. And as Amy mentioned, it's a grueling 400-yard race. Is the training different?
Yes, it is. They're going to do a lot more distance swimming when they do this event. They're also going to be doing a lot more of the different strokes. So if you have freestylers doing 10 100s of freestyle, these guys are going to mix it up between all of the different disciplines. And you can see Tommy Breed, lane 4, he got out ahead in the fly. That's because he is a butterflyer, so we were expecting that. And right now, he's looking great on the backstroke. All he needs to do is just to stay where he's at. Nice, calm, cool, collected.
Kyle Ponsler is right there in lane 3 for NC State. He might have a slight edge, in fact.
Yep, and you are absolutely right. Look at how far ahead he came up after that turn. He is now, as I see it, about a half a body length ahead. This is spectacular as we're going into this last 25 of backstroke. And you know they're getting tired, but they look great. And right now, you're setting up for this turn. It's still anybody's race.
Mattiazzi for Pittsburgh right now in 3rd place. Ponsler with the lead. Of the 4 strokes here, where does the breast rank in terms of difficulty?
Breaststroke, I would think, is one of the hardest strokes, but that's, you know, because for freestyle and butterfly, your feet turn in, and in breaststroke, your feet turn out. So I swam inward, not outward.
Ponsler for NC State. The team to beat. Once again this year, big lead overall in the standings. Only Louisville has beaten them here at the ACC since 2014. The Wolfpack men, the big story like the Cavalier women.
Look at this lead that he is just growing.
Wow.
I am so interested to see right here because remember his lead is now growing exponentially because he's onto the freestyle. Everyone else is onto the still on the breaststroke. Look at that white water, and he's got that loping stroke, right? Katie Ledecky has that. What is that? One arm is pulling a little bit more than the other, something you can clean up, but he is moving fast. I wouldn't change a thing.
Max Mattiazzi is in second place for Pittsburgh in lane 2. Ponsler opening up his lead with 50 yards to go.
And here he goes. He's got the crowd into it. Every person in this natatorium is on their feet, except for me, but that's okay. Here he comes into the last turn. Nice job. He came up, he took a breath a little too soon, and it's going to come down to a dogfight, perhaps. No, I don't think so.
5 yards to go for Ponsler, and he is an ACC champion. Mattiazzi in second. Owen Lloyd, Ponsler's teammate from the Wolfpack, finishes third.
Oh, that was so great. Now he's going to get up. Yes, he's going to get up on those lane lines. That's right, you guys. All year long, you work for that. There it is. So amazing. Look at this second turn on the breaststroke. His turns are so wonderful. Look at this. He's setting up right here. Now, he's got to judge. Is it going to be long? Is it going to be short? It was a little short. Great decision right there. It looked like he ate the wall, but he really didn't. Because look at this finish right here on this freestyle. It is just awesome to see someone win by a body length at a championship with these caliber of athletes. Huge congratulations.
He did it in a record time for him by more than a second and a half. His previous best was 3:42.72. He put up a 3:41.18.
Good for him.
Wow.
That has got to bode well for him, you know, heading into NCAAs that are coming up in a few weeks.
And here's a look at the results. Some outstanding times. By the way, Mattiazzi, by almost 2.5 seconds, was also a record time for him personally. So great job, good battle. NC State also gets the third with Lloyd, third job for Virginia. In fourth, Dram, Breed, Stuyson, and Garcia to finish it off.
Look at this reaction. He's like, I am number one. I'm telling you, I am number one.
So Kyle Ponsler joins us. That was a record time for you, Kyle. How'd you put that great number on the board, and how about being an ACC champion?
Yeah, it feels great. You know, I feel like the field really helped me get out on that race and just kind of had to dig deep at the end and try and get my hand on the wall.
I asked this question, and I feel like it's this year that I'm going to know the answer. What is the diamond on your chest for?
I can't tell you what the diamond means.
Come on. Yes, you can. We're friends.
Nah, I can't tell you.
Listen, that was a well-done race. You can wear whatever you want on your chest.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Congratulations to you, Kyle. Nice going. Your team continues to be the talk of the men's side here in Greensboro. Coming up next, is she the fastest woman in the world? That's the question going on in the swimming circles tonight. Her name is Gretchen Walsh for Virginia, and she goes for gold again. Welcome back. Here's our women's standings now through 9 events. Virginia, they have swept. They've won 5 events in terms of the swimming with 635 points so far. Here's our C final in the 100 butterfly. Pittsburgh in lane 1, Duke, Georgia Tech, Virginia Tech, Florida State. Then it's Virginia followed by North Carolina and Duke in lane 8.
Take your marks.
4 trips in the pool. As far as the lengths are concerned, 100-yard.
This event, oh my gosh, I used to love to hate this event because it is a sprint, but it is also butterfly. So you've got to remember to just kind of build up into this first 50, and then you can take that second 50 and just blast it. But right now, get your rhythm. Butterfly is a rhythm stroke, so just get into that. You can see those beautiful dolphin kicks. Coming up, swimming so nicely. Right here, you've got to relax your arms, relax your hands, and just let your hips and your core take over.
Good battle.
Looks like lane 6, Margaret Shallow, UVA may win it.
Virginia again, even in the C final. Margaret Shallow, Zora Ripkova from Georgia Tech second, and Kovacs Meneses from Virginia Tech third.
Thank you, ladies. Please clear the pool.
And a look at the results here. Again, valuable points, where Virginia keeps adding them up. Georgia Tech with a good job, with Ripkova getting points and finishing in second in the C final. Top 24 you will see tonight. The C final representing 17 to 24. You've got 9 to 16 with our B final coming up, and then of course the top 8, the finalists that get the huge points. Martina Perroni, sophomore from Duke, will be in lane number 1. Last year set a school record in the 200 butterfly.
The 200 butterfly is such a different beast, but if you can swim the 200 butterfly, it usually translates to a nice 100 butterfly. So we'll keep our eyes on her, as we're keeping our eyes on all of these ladies right now. And again, settling into the stroke. I want everyone to remember, butterfly is not an up and down undulating stroke like a lot of people think it is. It is actually a flat stroke. The way that it looks undulating is you've got to get your hips up. And that's so important. When you know that someone's getting really tired in butterfly, you don't see their booty coming out of the water anymore.
Elena Ozcan off to a good start for Duke in lane 3. Up in lane 7, Caroline Barrett from Louisville.
Oh, it's going to be a tight race right now.
Ozcan in lane 3. Yes, she's got it.
Nice job. Oh yeah, remember I told you, when you're staring at the scoreboard, it means you're looking at the time going, yeah, I just did that, my friend, I just did it. That was a great race.
Barrett wind up in second. Good job for her from that number 7 spot. Followed by Ellie Benoit from North Carolina, third in our B final.
Oh, do you feel it?
Here we go.
I feel it, and here's your question. Is Gretchen Welsh the fastest swimmer in the pool? And here's the thing. I am the only American woman to have won the 50 free in the Olympics. I feel I can say this. Yes, she is the fastest woman that we are going to see. She can do this.
We just saw Kate Douglas's records, 3 of them. Can she make a run at those?
She will make a run at those for sure. Now, I would normally say she has no shot, but how she swam the 50s last night, the first woman to break 20 seconds at the end of a relay, I think there's a shot at this record going down.
Talking to Todd DeSorbo about Gretchen, he said her high school coach did an incredible job developing her. As we look at the combatants here, the swimmers in the 100 fly. Gilla Carvalho from the University of Miami. Abby Aarons from North Carolina State will be in lane 2. Very impressive. Sophie Yendel from Pittsburgh will be in lane number 3. There's Sophie, the senior. Had a very good championship. And there she is, Gretchen Walsh. She holds all kinds of records and broke one we'll talk about in a moment. And another one making some history last night, Gabby Albiero, daughter of the coach. She's not there because of that. She's a great swimmer.
Right.
Christiana Regenauer from Louisville, lane number 6. Carly Noveline is from Virginia. She will swim in lane 7. She's a sophomore. And then the senior from Florida State is Jenny Halden in lane number 8. And there he is, a little extra nervous. Arthur Albiero with his daughter, and a third child, by the way, that he's been coaching. All right, let's talk
He's
Gretchen
been coaching his kids for a while, but this is not his child. Gretchen Walsh is all of our children because she is on fire. Again, last night she did things that are unheard of in the swimming pool. A record that we are looking for tonight. The meet record is 48.84. Can she break that? If she wants to go even faster, 48.46 is that American record. That could be on the line. Maybe not tonight, but definitely before the year is over. I do believe Gretchen will break that record. She is so talented, and every time she hits the water, she gets faster and faster.
She set the Virginia record this year at 49.11. That's her lifetime best in the 100 butterfly. There's a look, 1 to 8. She set 7 different records this year alone, and that was coming here.
Yes.
Take your marks.
Only 4 lengths of the pool here in the 100 fly.
Gretchen Walsh was known as not having a great start in her 50s last night. Right there, it was amazing. You can see her glide into that wall right there. Again, it's a decision that you have to make last minute. Did she make the right decision? Looks like she might have.
She has the lead midway through.
Look at this underwater, just holding her breath, holding that streamline. Look at her chin, nice and low on the water, almost dragging it on the water, saying nice and low, bounce off that wall. Here we go. Are we going to see a record? It is very possible.
Final 12 yards here. Gretchen Walsh going for a record.
She got it. She got it.
48.25.
She just broke the American record. Oh my goodness, she just broke the American record. I have got goosebumps. Oh my goodness. That was quite honestly one of the most amazing things I have ever seen. And I have seen a lot. But this is the most beautiful thing. The congratulations. But let's look at her start. Remember, we talked about how slow she was last night. There she is with everybody. So she wasn't very slow off the blocks. So I think that our commentary last night really hit home for her. She worked on it at night and got better. Wow, that was amazing. Anybody else feel like crying? Holy cow.
Looks like just another swim when you see her reaction.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, I'll get my stuff. I'll go talk to you.
An American record at 48.25 in the 100 fly. ACC champ again, Gabby Albiero, an impressive second for Louisville. About 50.68 as you look at the exact number. Carly Noveline, Virginia, right there in the mix as well. Abigail Aarons, number 3 here in this race. Wow. All right, Gretchen, did you think about breaking a record? And you just did it, the American record.
Yes, I did think about it because I unofficially broke it at our midseason meet, and so I wanted to officially do it tonight, and I'm happy to say that I went faster, so I'm really, really happy.
Gretchen, you did so well. Your start was spectacular. Your turns were great. Talk us through the race and what you think about when you are swimming the 100 fly.
Honestly, I do think about the timing of everything. To be honest, I thought I wasn't timing things very well. I have a very specific kick count, and sometimes I like to do more if I'm stuck under the water, and I think I have trouble just doing the 11 kicks or doing the 10 kicks in 5 strokes. So I don't know, that's something I want to work on more, because I think that decreasing the amount of time I'm gliding into the wall will definitely help me maybe go 47 eventually. So yeah, we'll see.
My heart cannot take it, girl.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, she set out to do it, and she did it.
Well done.
The answer to your question?
Yes.
Is she the fastest?
She did. She is the fastest woman in the pool right now. Oh my gosh.
men's butterfly. We'll try to follow the act of Gretchen Walsh next. Welcome back. It's good to have you with us here on the ACC Network for what an amazing event, the ACC Championships 2024. Here's the men's standings through 8 events now. NC State has the lead. Notre Dame, very impressive second. They have never finished higher than third.
They're doing great
in their history. And this is a big for them. Obviously, Louisville is in third, Virginia Tech fourth. Again, a lot of swimming and diving to go. We'll have diving later on. Jason Bauman getting all set for that with us. But first, it's the 100 butterfly here for the men. Notre Dame, top to bottom, lane 8, Virginia, lane 7. North Carolina and Notre Dame, lane 5. State's got 4, Virginia Tech in 3, Notre Dame in 2, and Virginia Tech in lane 1 as we begin our C final for the 100 butterfly. And the crowd is still buzzing here. You could feel it in the air, catching their breath. They did that last night with Walsh too, in that interesting situation with the split time.
Yes.
But that's not a record. It's history, but not a record.
Correct. It's not a record. If she would have been leading off, it would have been a record. But she was anchoring, still a huge feat.
Under 20 seconds.
Under 20 seconds. And I'm going to tell you what, you're talking about how everyone was watching Gretchen swim that 100 butterfly. Divers are warming up right now for diving. They all stopped and were watching that race as well. It's just so cool when you get to see athletes do what she's been doing.
Stokowski for North Carolina State. Good job for him as he comes in out of that lane 4. And why not? Braden Holloway, the head coach, excited about Kasper Stokowski. He is an excellent swimmer. Kind of almost surprised to see him here in the C final. He's been an outstanding swimmer for North Carolina State throughout his career.
Yeah, he definitely has.
So he wins here. Lunak in second. Giannis from Virginia Tech in third in our C final. Again, important points for their respective teams. As we go to the B final, Marcus Gentry is in lane 1, Virginia Tech in lane 2, Connery for Virginia. Tate, can he take home the bacon for Notre Dame in lane 4? You're watching him. Notre Dame's got the number 5 and 6 spots well, and Fillion and Wilburn, Schulrath and Herbert. Herbet, I beg your pardon, Florida State lane 8.
And here we go. All those guys are staying underwater a long time. I love to see that. Like Gretchen Walsh was saying, they time out their kicks. They're taking a lot more kicks than we used to. We used to take 3. 1, 2, 3, come up. Because we always thought that it was faster to swim. We found out that it's actually faster to streamline. Who knew?
Good battle here between Bacon and his teammate Tanner Fillion.
Oh, this is
very close. Can he?
Oh, nice.
He didn't. He took it home. Tate Bacon.
Yeah, Tate, slap it, man.
He finished just a 1/10 of a second out of the final group. This guy finished 18th in the fly last year, in the 100 fly right here, 18th.
That's amazing.
He's
Now
going to
look at
finish
him.
9th.
He's great.
Because he wins the B, so he's guaranteed that.
Check this out. I love this. You know, watch this. He looks at it, he smiles, he's like, yes, I'm going to throw double pumpers and smack the water. Now that is how you celebrate, kids.
Ah.
Yeah! I want a meme of that.
Kind of the nice way that separating the top 3 flights is that you get a feeling of winning.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he did by taking that B final, or C final rather. Oh. All right, that was the B final. Here's the A final. And this should be a real good one. NC State has 4 of the 8 swimmers. However, they may not have the favorite in Yusuf Ramadan from Virginia Tech. We'll run them down for you. Lane 1, one of the 4 Wolfpack, it's Noah Bowers, graduate student. Boyd Polke from North Carolina. He will be in lane number 2. Luke Miller the senior from Broomfield, Colorado, 10-time All-American in lane 3. Here's the guy we're talking about, Yusuf Ramadan from Egypt, the 2023 ACC Male Swimmer of the Year. Aiden Hayes is in lane number 5 for North Carolina State. His teammate is the graduate student Noah Henderson. Also seen him out on the relay team. Dalton Lowe from Louisville, the senior in lane 7. And Notre Dame in there as well. Abdel Rahman El Arabi is there, the graduate student.
There is Yusuf Ramadan and Aiden Hayes. Ramadan is in lane 4, Hayes is in lane 5. Now Ramadan, he's the first national champion in the 100 fly at NC State. Now get this, we all know the name Caleb Dressel. That man right there is the second fastest to Caleb Dressel in this event. We're going to see some really good things.
He was in 7 finals last year here. Unbelievable. The senior. And he's the first NCAA champion in Hokies history. He's in lane 4. But he'll have a lot of competition here.
Yes, he will. Aiden Hayes was swimming really well today. He swam a great race last night. And also, this is his event. I remember watching him last year. He was right on Ramadan's feet. So we'll see how this one plays out with those two gentlemen right there.
He had the top number, did Ramadan, last year when he won it at 43.93. That's an ACC best. He also has the NCAA best at 43.15. Trying to repeat.
Oh, nice even start, great starts. Now keep your eye again on lane 4 and lane 5. That is where the battle is going to go. Ramadan likes to come back faster, whereas Hayes does take it out faster. We'll see how that plays out right here. Both of them underwater for a long time. Look at that nice stroke, dragging their chins along the water. Beautiful turns, nice and tight. And right now, it looks like if I were to call it right now, it'd be a little bit Ramadan ahead. We've got to have a great turn right here.
Last 25 yards. Ramadan in lane 4. Hayes in lane 5. Miller lane 3. Ramadan.
Here comes Ramadan.
Lane 4, defending champ. He is. Two-time defending champ now. You said it's his race.
Yep. Look at that.
44.06. Little off his lifetime best.
Yep.
ACC champ again.
Check out this third turn right here, because everyone's kind of all combobulated right here in the same area. Watch him bounce off that wall. See how tight he got his body? And here it comes into the finish. He's coming up from those kicks, swimming so great, taking a breath, and now he should have held his breath right there. If it's me, that's what I would say. But I mean, what a great race by Ramadan. Again, great swimmer.
He was the ACC Male Swimmer of the Year in 2023.
Oh, ouch. Oh, that shows you what he did right there. He did not leave 1 ounce in that pool. Oh, that hurts. Oh, I can feel it right now. Like, it just aches.
Virginia Tech was second last year, thanks in large part to Ramadan. In the overall ACC's a distant second, but ahead of the rest of the pack. And here he gets the points by winning in the 100 butterfly. 32 big points for his team. NC State takes spots 2 through 4 with Hayes, Miller, and Henderson. He's got the VT in the haircut.
He's ready, man. I saw him in the hallway the other day, and he was just looking calm, cool, collected, ready to go. He's got a nice fade rocking, like you said, the VT. Got to represent your school, and I love it very much. Oh, he's still so tired right now.
Yusuf, I know there's nothing more that you want to do than talk and let more air come out here. Congratulations on winning yet again. How hard was it to defend your championship here in the 100 butterfly?
I mean, it was hard, of course, but this season for me has been so hard. You know, I made some mistakes that I shouldn't have made, and I did lose some like that I didn't want to lose, and then I just destroyed my hand, you know, which had me in a bad spot, and I was at the hospital, and that guy with the X-rays came to me. He was so happy. I don't know why, but my guy was so happy and said to me, I thought that obviously I was okay, but I think he was just happy to see me. But he said to me that I have to be out for 8 to 12 weeks, you know, and I feel that day was from the hardest I've ever had, you know. But at that time, in my heart, you know, I knew that some way I would find a way to be here at ACC's over here, you know.
Yeah.
Well, we are so excited for you. We are so glad that you are feeling better. But when you were in your darkest day, when you had broken your hand, tell us what pulled you through when you were not able to train with your team.
You know, like, I'm just going to say, you know, like, I had a feeling in my heart that I would be able to do everything that I can to be here in peak shape, in prime form and prime physique, you know, and I'm here, you know, I'm finally back, you know, so
you are
I'm super happy.
You are back.
I'm glad you got out of the pool. That looked to be difficult for you.
Oh,
good job.
I don't know. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Oh, he left it all in the pool, didn't he? Almost his entire body, by the way.
Look at that. Oh, if you don't think that he swam hard, ouch.
That's the look of a champion. Yusuf Ramadan does it again at the ACCs in Greensboro. So great to have you with us here at the 2024 ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. Virginia leading the way in the women's side here. Louisville impressively over 600 points in a solid second. As we look at our lane assignments, Virginia Tech, Louisville, 1-4, bottom to top of your screen. Then it's Duke, Virginia, Miami, and Florida State, top of your screen. Here in the C final, 3 heats. Big A final coming up. Virginia's got 5 of the 8 swimmers in the A final. They're going to get even more points there. I think Todd DeSorbo feels a little like he's taking advantage of the group here. I don't think so.
No, I don't think so at all. No, knowing Todd, not at all. No.
Give me those points.
Yeah, he's as nervous right now as he was for the very first event. That's how he rolls. I love him so much.
You got to be greedy, and you got to earn your way into that final 8 with the top scores. And 5 of his swimmers did that to get to the final 8. So we won't see too many Cavaliers in the A or the B. In fact, none. Oh, we just have the one here in Sophia Knapp in lane number 6.
So far, a nice race as we kind of settle in here. Everyone's going to pace this differently depending upon if they are a true middle distance swimmer. Some sprinters choose to swim this. Some distance swimmers choose to swim this event. So, you know, you've got to watch these ladies and gentlemen later as we get on into their heats and how they pace this. So far, so good as we're coming into this turn. Remember, every turn counts. And one thing that I want to stress is when you are doing a freestyle turn, you want to finish your last stroke with both of your hands by your side. You're going to go through where your hands were. Leave your hands there because they got to be out in front of you. And when you push off, it's like a jump. So have your feet spread like you're jumping off the wall.
Carmen Weller-Sastra from Virginia Tech. Good job for her. She takes the C final here. A time of 1:45.39.
Oh yeah, she's happy with that time. You can tell.
She knows she was first. She's looking at the number and it's 1:45.39. Better than a half second over Celdonio from Louisville. Savannah Barr from the University of Miami gaining some points. Here's the B final coming up in the 200-yard freestyle. Louisville, Virginia Tech, Miami. The Cardinals have the 4 and 5 spots in Cardinal and Ulette. Nell from North Carolina in the 6th spot. Duke has the 7th spot, and Adriana Sierra from Miami in the 8th lane. Top of your screen. Tristan Ulette, she's in lane number 5 for the Cardinals, senior from Brookhaven, Georgia. Boy, she has done very well. This is her 4th year competing here, gaining 42 3 points in 22, 63 last year. A couple of bronzes, 5 total in her career and 1 silver.
She's amazing. I love watching how she swims. She swam the IMs last year as well. But right now, we've got Talia Bates in lane 3. She's kind of making a run for it. Ulette likes to hang back a little bit, though, because look at Ulette right there in lane 5. You were just talking about her. She's going to blast after this turn, and this is what she likes to do. I like her stroke. It's that straight arm stroke, but right now it is all Bates in lane 3.
The graduate student from Miami in lane 3 has the lead. Summer Cardwell is just behind, along with Ulette, battling for 2nd. Talia Bates from Miami.
Here we go into that final 50 turn. She's still doing great. Now, when we watch her turns, I want you to watch this one. She has been coming up too soon on all of her turns. If she could be a little bit more patient, she would get a lot more out of them. Let's watch this. Nope, she did it really well that time, but here we go. Now it's a race.
Bates in lane 3. Atkinson coming on for Virginia Tech in lane 2. Bates and Atkinson. Oh, it might be Bates. Atkinson, she got it. Atkinson in lane number 2, just in front of Talia Bates. Great finish.
Great swim. Let's check out this finish because it came down to right here. And look at the patience that Emma Atkinson in lane 2 had. And just right there, that's where it was. When I talk about getting on your side, touching with your fingertips, that right there was it. I'm so proud.
Here's the result. So Atkinson, look at that, 16 100ths of a second better than Talia Bates, who gets the silver here in the consolation B. Summer Cardwell swimming well for Coach Albie Arrow with the 3rd spot, and Nell from North Carolina in 4th. All right, here is the championship. The meet record, Walsh. Surprise, surprise. Comerford from the Cardinal, the American record, Missy Franklin. Great name in swimming from Cal.
I don't expect to see any of those records fall tonight, but again, I said that about the 100 butterfly, and here we are. American record down.
Cavaliers are going to pick up a lot of points. That is not a big statement here. They have 5 of the top finalists here in this race, including the favorites. Sarah Foley is from Duke. She's a senior. In lane 2, from Virginia, Kevin Gormsman. We saw Gormson win the other day. She's a freshman. Very impressive so far. Louisville's Paige Hattrick. Hattrick in lane 3. And then Virginia, they have 4, 5, and 6. And you've heard these names before if you've been watching this week. Amy Canny, the sophomore. Riley Tiltman, the junior, in lane 5. Maxine Parker, she had the anchor leg the other day in a gold medal win for them. Lane 6. Annabelle Crush, NC State junior, in lane 7. And Tess Howley from Virginia will swim in lane 8, the freshman.
Let's take a look right here in the middle of the pool as we finish up looking at Tess right there, getting ready for her race. We've got lane 3, we've got Paige Hattrick from Louisville and Amy Canny from UVA. Now, Paige is really a backstroker, but she's come on in the 200 free really, really well this past year. And she was a part of the 800 free relay that got 2nd. So she definitely has a good 200 in her. And in lane 4, Amy Canny from UVA. She is just a sophomore from South Africa, but already she has been on that relay that on the first night, the 800 free relay that won this event. She has been to Olympic trials as well. ACC championships this year, has just done well. I expect a fun race out of these ladies.
There they are. It's an excellent group here. Try and pick up the 32 points. Caddy, the ACC champ, couple of years in 21 and 22. Both the 400 IM, the 800 free, and the 2020 800 free.
Make your marks.
And we are underway.
Nice start. You can see Paige right there in lane 3. She kind of took a little bit of her time underwater. I liked that. See if she does it off her turns. Not as much. But nice stroke. Nice, easy, and relaxed. Remember, everything that is going on should be going on underwater. When you're looking outside of the water, it should look nice, easy, relaxed. Almost like your mom, you know, during adult swim when she's got her visor and her sunglasses on. That's what it should look like. And they are doing a great job of looking relaxed.
Good battle for first right now. Canny, Paige, Hetrick as well from Louisville, lane 3. Near part of your screen.
Now these two ladies, you see those lane lines between them? Everyone needs to get off of those so you're not pulling someone else along with you. And they went into that turn, heel for heel. I mean, they are tied right now, basically. But look at what is happening right now in lane 6. Maxine Parker's making a run for it.
She's in third now, but she's close. Foley, Gormsen just behind them. Right now the lead, though, is Canny's.
Amy Canny looks very tight right now. I was talking about how she looked relaxed earlier. She has tightened up. Look at her stroke. See how much shorter it is than it used to be? She's still pulling hard underwater because look at her pull away. She just seems to be tightening up a touch.
Amy Canny in lane number 4. And the sophomore wins again. From South Africa. She started in January of 23 with the Cavs, and she has been impressive in just a year and a half.
And in this year and a half, look at this lead also, right? She has almost a full body length ahead. She could have had a little bit better finish. And look at her right there. I was talking about how tight she is. A little bit tight. She could get her elbows just a little bit higher like they were in the beginning. Watch right here. Keep your head down is what I would say. There she goes. Oh, and that was, I would have finished on the other arm just to have more of a glide. But again, that's just me being picky. Which is, I guess, what I'm supposed to do.
Yes, that is. Canny wins it with Hetrick coming in second, Maxine Parker in third. Sarah Foley did a good job from that first lane position to finish 4th for Duke. And then it was the Virginia story. After that, a tie for 4th place there. But Canny, uncanny again here in the water.
I like that.
She's been great. It's another one of the younger talent coming along for Todd DeSorbo's team. Just a sophomore. And wins again. Made some transitions to other strokes this year. And she joins us here, Amy Canny, the winner again. That's not getting old to hear, right? At the ACCs. How about this particular race?
Going into this meet, quite untapered. The 500 was really hard yesterday, so I'm just glad. I was happy with the time. Just try to get the win tonight.
When you're talking about just trying to get the win, talk us through that last 50 because you really just put it into another gear.
Yeah, that's kind of sometimes the race strategy. Take it out. Would have been nice to go a little bit faster maybe, but I was happy with how I finished it.
Impressive, congratulations, and enjoy it with your teammates.
Thank you.
Amy Canny, the sophomore from Virginia, getting the victory here in Greensboro. A lot more action to go. Diving coming up later, but up next, it's the men's side. We'll look at the 200 freestyle after yet another victory for the University of Virginia. They love it here in North Carolina, not just for lovers. Welcome back. Here's a look at the men's standings through 9 events now. NC State has a sizable lead on Notre Dame, but boy, the Fighting Irish, if they can keep it there, they'd be ecstatic. They've never finished this high in the ACC championship here in Greensboro this year in 2024. The ACC final lane assignments in the men's freestyle. Florida State's got 3 of the spots. Notre Dame in lane 2, NC State lane 3, Virginia in lane 4, Georgia Tech lane 5, Louisville up top in lane 6, and then there's Florida State in 7 and 8. For our C final here in the men's 200 freestyle.
It's always so fun to see other schools that we haven't been talking about, you know, do great things. Notre Dame, again, as you were saying, has not been in the top 3 in a while, and now here they are. It's fun to watch all of their swimmers. We were watching as they were getting ready, and in lane 2, James Edge from Notre Dame was just getting psyched up, man. He was slapping, clapping. I mean, this is so exciting for them.
3rd 6 or 7 years ago, highest they've ever finished, Notre Dame. And then 5th last year. So they haven't been in the mix either. They are in the conversation.
Yeah.
Tremendous run here, an improvement for kind of the new kid on the block, if you will. I know they've been around since 2014 in the ACC.
Yeah.
As far as this sport's concerned. But good stuff for the Fighting Irish.
Great stuff. Also, I'm watching great stuff right now. In lane 3, we've got Bustos from NC State, and I've always talked about his stroke. It is so long and powerful. His distance per stroke is amazing. Watch this. Look at that, he just glides. He takes 1 stroke for everyone else's 2 strokes. He's saving that energy, but what is going on under the water is just he is grabbing that water and pulling himself over it. And it is gorgeous to watch, but look what is happening up there in lane 7. Oh my goodness.
Lane 7 is Yanchev. Bustos, though, will touch first. The back-to-back champ in the men's 200 IM. He gets a victory here in the C final, the junior. But yes, a good finish for Jordan Yanchev from Florida State out of lane 7. He wound up in 2nd place. And Ricky Baldacchini from Georgia Tech finished 3rd. It's a lot of talent.
So much talent.
Which tells you, look, subverts up another name we've had, a champion here in the ACC. And not to take anything away from them, but this was the C consolation final in this particular race.
Exactly. It's going to get so much
and
better.
You got 3 or 4 champions.
It's nuts. I love this event. Ah.
All right, here's the B final now. Florida State, Louisville in the number 2 and 4 spots. NC State lane 3, 5, and 6. Pittsburgh in 7. Virginia is in lane 8.
All right, here we go with the B final. Everyone got into the water nice and easy. It was great. You can see when the guys do their flip turns, they're right there, they got into a really, really tight ball. We'll see them as they're coming into this turn again. And that's what you want. You want to get into this super tight ball, heels to your butt. Just get as small as possible to make as the least amount of friction in the water as possible.
Dennis Lottev from Israel for Louisville in lane 4. Placed 3rd in the 500 B consolation final last evening. He has a slim lead on Jerry Fox from North Carolina State in lane 5. And Hunter Tapp right there for NC State in lane 3. JT Ewing part of the conversation, the freshman in lane 6.
Yeah, right now these guys are all still really bunched up, which surprises me a little bit as they come to this final turn down here. The final 50 is on the way. And we've got coaches screaming, teammates screaming. Look at this, this is coming right down to it. It's really who wants it the most.
Lottev in lane 4, Tapp, the grad student from NC State in lane 3. Lottev with 5 yards to go has the lead, and he's got it. 1:33.53 for Lottev from Louisville. Hunter Tapp finished 2nd.
And he wants to hear the noise. He's like, come on, people, bring it up. That was awesome. Check out this finish. Yes, after the pumper. I love a pumper. Here he goes. Let's watch this as they come in. 15 yards or meters to go, and look at him just keep his head down, and right there, fingertips just gorgeous.
Impressive number 2 for Dennis Loktev from Israel for Louisville. NC State getting more valuable points with Tapp and Fox, 2nd and 3rd. So here are the records. The pack have 2 of them. Luke Miller, who's here, has 2 of those in the meet and conference. The American record, Dean Ferris, 2019. Lead from Harvard.
I was going to say, here they come with the wind blowing beneath their wings. Whoosh, whoosh.
Great presentation as they come up here for the 200 free, our final swimming event of the evening. Amy, so
yes.
Don't leave town.
I will not.
We'll see you tomorrow, but first the lineups here in the 200 free. Diving coming up too, so stay with us here.
Oh yeah.
Brendan Whitfield from Virginia Tech. He's in lane 1. Murillo Sartori, the Louisville junior. He is in lane number 2 for the Cardinal. Daniel Deal, we'll see again, the freshman for NC State out of lane 3. Oh, this guy's been impressive. Christopher Giuliano, the junior. The victory on Wednesday night in the 50-yard free set a record. Anlu Balturap from Georgia Tech, lane 5. Guy Brooks for Louisville is lane 6. Patrick Hussey is from the University of North Carolina. He's in lane number 7. He's a senior. And Luis Dominguez, the Virginia Tech junior, in lane number 8. Swimming well here as well. All right, your concerns here. Who are we going to look for?
Right there in the middle of the pool, we have got Wolfpack, and we have got a Fighting Irish right there. And we've got Christopher Giuliano in lane 4. He won the 50 earlier, as you were talking about. Right now we're looking at Daniel Deal. He is such a talent. Really looking forward to him swimming this. He swam in Olympic trials. He's also a backstroker and a sprinter, as well as Chris. I really think it's going to come down to, again, the last few yards, and it's who wants it most. But remember, it's not just who wants it, who wants these points for their team.
There's Giuliano. He qualified, talking to Coach Lindauer, for the Japan World Championships this past summer. He said he's a hometown hero, had never ever swam outside of the country, changed his whole entire swimming outlook and raised his confidence, and he's a different guy now.
I love that so much. You can definitely see it in his swimming for sure.
He's won before too, but he has arisen here. Now we'll see how he does in the 200 free.
His start was so fast. You can tell that he won the 50. Oh my goodness, that was spectacular.
Set an ACC championship record with an 18.57
right
in the 50.
He's got to settle in though a little bit. Now I know we've got an outside smoker in lane 1 in Whitfield, but you know I think it's early, but still keep your eye on him because he's there. Nice turn, dive under that wave, and come up. There we go. We've got other people who are here. I mean, this is a race. It's so packed up. Lane 1 is still in there. Brendan Whitfield, what is he doing, my
freshman
outside smoker?
From Virginia Tech. In lane 1, we have not seen a lane 1 winner yet.
No, and I love an outside smoke. Let's do it. But I think they saw him. I think they saw him. But let's see, we've got another turn. Here we
Just
go.
50 to go.
Now let's see if Giuliano saw him. Whitfield's still ahead in lane 1.
Whitfield from Virginia Tech with 25 yards to go. He's maybe slightly behind Giuliano.
Here comes Giuliano. Here he goes.
Giuliano is putting it on here. 5 yards to go, and he does it again. Giuliano is the victor.
Wow.
He picked it up. Whitfield did finish second, so an outstanding race for him. Daniel Deal was third from NC State.
Oh my gosh, what a great race right there. He should be so proud of that because I'm going to tell you, you can tell that he's a sprinter right here. Watch this start. There he is in lane 4. Bam! bam! Do you see how fast he was off the blocks? I mean, and his finish was spectacular. He saw Whitfield in lane 1. He put his head down, and here's how you do it. Fingertip touch, thank you very much. And you are the ACC champion.
And he matched his lifetime best with the exact score of 131.16. That was his lifetime best, and that's exactly what he had, and he needed it to beat the charging Brendan Whitfield, who had the lead for a good portion of that race out of that number 1 lane. He finishes second. Good job for him. Daniel Deal from NC State finishes third in our 200 freestyle race.
Let's watch this reaction. He's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna jump up on that lane line. Get up there, we deserve it. And yes, the Fighting Irish. I have a question, does the Fighting Irishman have a name? Do we know?
The Lucky Leprechaun.
It's just
the
Leprechaun?
Yes.
His name's not like Dan or Bill?
That's not overly Irish. I guess so.
Terry?
It's just the Leprechaun.
The Leprechaun, okay, thank you very much.
And he brings a lot of luck to those who wear his logo.
Good to be back here.
Mr. Giuliano, we welcome you once again. We were just talking about the Lucky Leprechaun on your cap there, and how exciting it is to represent a program that is making a lot of noise thanks to you and your teammates. How about that here at the ACCs?
Yeah, I mean, we knew coming in, we just believed in ourselves, and we knew what we were capable of doing, and we're just continuing to have this momentum. So we're just going to keep pushing forward and fight for every last point.
Chris, talk me through your start, because my gosh, you were off the blocks like yesterday. How hard do you work on those?
A good amount,
Yeah.
We've been doing a lot of starts, and just kind of staying after practice, working with Coach Joel there. So he's really been helping us out there with all the starts.
It was spectacular, my friend. I can't wait for you to watch it.
Thank you so much.
All right, great job, Chris Giuliano. The junior had the big sophomore year, and he's been even better here as a junior and here in Greensboro. Coming up, we get a chance to turn our attention to diving. It's the men's 3-meter competition when we return to Greensboro.
I'm Craig Minervini, joined by diving expert and sensation, I might add, Jason Bauman. We turn our attention to diving. The men's 3-meter ACC championship is on the line right here tonight. Who's impressed you so far?
Yeah, we had the prelims earlier today. The top 8 was determined. 6 freshmen and sophomores. But leading the way were our 2 Pitt Panthers, junior Cameron Cash and senior Dylan Reed. Dylan is seeking his first ACC championships. He was 3rd in the 3-meter last year in 2023, 2nd on 1-meter here in 2024. He goes for the top spot here tonight.
All right, we're going to turn our attention here to the exciting diving competition. Here's a look at the men's standings. NC State has increased their lead, but Notre Dame is having a day and a week so far. They're in 2nd. Louisville is in 3rd. We'll have 8 divers coming at you, we think. Tell you about that in a moment, but it will be Jacob Fisher leading off from Virginia Tech, Vasquez from North Carolina, Max Fowler from Georgia Tech, then it's Farouk from Miami, Nguyen from Notre Dame, Calderaro from NC State. Cash and Reed will round us out from Pittsburgh. They were the top early preliminary qualifiers. Three-meter for the men. We saw the 1-meter, Jason, last night. What differences do we see when they go up 2 meters?
Yeah, when you go to the 3-meter diving board, you see usually a little bit higher degree of difficulty. You see some harder dives. The men are going to show you how powerful they are. Big jumps off the diving board and going really high. Trying to do a lot of different flips and rotations in there.
Jacob Fisher getting us going.
Yeah, that's a great start for Jacob. Now, he does a really good job of being on the end of the diving board in his hurdle, and it goes super high, and it's moving in that direction. Just a little bit short and not all the way straight with his body shape going into the water. So satisfactory to good, but a good way to start, nice and solid.
Here's Rodolfo Vasquez from the University of North Carolina. Yes, his sister, Aranza, the star female swimmer at North Carolina. Good news, he's just a freshman.
So His first dive, he starts off with the inward 2.5 somersault pike. So he's going toward the diving board twice. Unfortunately, he's a little bit too far away and ends up just kind of rolling it in instead of getting all the way straight. But again, not a bad effort to start with. So he's in that kind of top end of satisfactory, bottom end of good. Remember, you get those 7 scores and throw them out.
Here's Max Fowler for Georgia Tech.
Got it. Well, Max, I know when I talked to his coach a little bit earlier, he was dealing with this kind of not feeling the greatest, so he's going to do some easier dives here and try to score those team points for his team as he can and go through and do his best. He's changing to a forward 1.5 somersault pike. Really pretty easy, but also choosing to do it standing, but very nicely executed. But the lower degree of difficulty is going to impact his ability to score a lot of points.
That's a big loss in terms of that. He did finish in 3rd in the championship final, the 1 meter on Tuesday. But good for him to kind of go through this and still try to perform when you're not feeling great. That's
you got to show grit and determination.
Time of sports sometimes is like that. All right, Mohammed Farouk from the University of Miami, our 4th diver.
And it's great for Mohammed there. That's a forward 3.5 somersault pike. You see him land a little bit on the corner to the right-hand side of the diving board, but does a really good job of getting out and putting a wonderful entry on that. Nice effort to start with there.
Impressive 69.75. The divers are off to good starts here. Will we see higher scores in the 3M than we saw in the 1M?
Yeah, you'll see higher total awards. The scores will be the same, but they'll multiply by those higher degree of difficulties usually, which you got at more difficult dives.
Here's Newitt from Notre Dame.
And he also chooses to start with the inward 2.5 somersaults pike there. Does a very good job with that of getting it nice and vertical and nice position, really tight, and a nice clean entry. He's gonna like that score.
Oh, big numbers, 76.5 for Ben Newitt.
He just keeps getting better and better.
Renato Calderaro is up from NC State.
So his first dive, he chooses one of the twisting dives. He's going to do a forward 2.5 somersaults with a full twist in the pike position. Now, this is a dive a lot of those men do on 1 meter. And so you see how easy this is. He comes out relatively early, gets out and does a nice, beautiful entry on the finish. Little bit of small feet kind of detail things in there where maybe not quite as pretty as it could have been, but still a good dive.
67.5. And now we begin the Panther portion of the show here. Jason, Cash and Reed will go back to back here, our last 2 of the first round.
So Cameron's first dive here is going to be an inward 2.5 somersault pike, so he's going to go face backwards and again rotate 2.5 times toward the diving board in a pike position. You can see the reaction from his teammates over there and how excited they are. That's a great way to start for him. It's super high, clean, in the water, nice and great ripped entry. I know his coach is pulling for him because he does all the things right in practice, and these are 2 guys that are setting the tone for their team.
And Dylan Reed now, the 5th-year senior, 4-time ACC Men's Diver of the Week winner this season.
So Dylan is starting with a forward 2.5 with 2 twists in the pike position. A little higher degree of difficulty at 3.4.
Finished 2nd in the 1M on Tuesday. There'll be 6 rounds of diving, 1 round in the books. Good numbers there. We mentioned Max Fowler just downplaying a little bit, not feeling well, but still going out there and performing. Good for him. Round 2, Jacob Fisher from Virginia Tech, 3.0 difficulty.
Jacob's doing a back 2.5 somersaults pike. Rotating backwards, you see him spot the diving board and try to let go and try to unfold so that he stops in the right spot just a little bit late, so it makes it pull by and gets that kind of splashy entry. So those satisfactory scores in the 6s maybe.
Here's Rodolfo Vasquez, the freshman from Mexico.
So you see him do a forward 3.5 somersault pike. You're going to watch his hurdle. He takes a very big kind of pre-blunt jump into his hurdle, and then as he goes, he's a little bit back on the end of the diving board, and that changes the trajectory, so he moves a little away, and it ends up washing us slightly over at the end.
Winds up with 51.15 for the diver from Mexico. Here's Max Fowler from Georgia Tech.
So Max is going to change his dive here again. He's going to do a back 1.5 somersaults with a half twist. Again, a low degree of difficulty, but you know, I think he's just trying to make it through in battle here a little bit. But he can still execute and do a very good dive and score some points there. But as a freshman, just getting that experience of diving at night's important, I think. And again, that's a very nice effort. Not a very difficult dive, just a half twist and then in that spot.
If he did not compete, he wouldn't get any points. Is that correct for Georgia Tech?
I believe that actually he would not, they wouldn't advance somebody else into the event, but I don't think he scores any team points if he doesn't compete.
Right.
I believe that is correct.
Mohamed Farouk from the University of Miami, his second dive here of the 6.
So you're going to see Mohamed do the same dive that Dylan did in the first round, that forward 2.5 somersaults with 2 twists in the pike position. What he noticed on this is he chooses to do this dive in a different way. He does it in, so he does the twisting part of the dive first, and then does the second half of the somersault and pikes it in and goes over. Both are correct. You can choose to do it either way. He loses his feet a little bit in there, but still gets a good score.
Which one you like better?
I personally like the out better, where you do the somersault first, but I think you can do it both.
Here's Ben Nguyen.
And his forward 3.5 somersault pike, again, a 3.0 degree of difficulty. 3.1 degree of difficulty. Just a little bit of wash over. Again, needs to reach out in front a little bit more, but again, it's right set up in the good takeoff there. Just not quite the entry he had on his first round dive.
We head to Rome. Here's the Italian diver, the sophomore, Calderaro, ACC Men's Diver of the Week in early February.
And that sound at the end, that's just liquid gold to us diving coaches and people. It's so good and clean, and he goes in the water. You can just hear that rip sound, and also how straight up and down his entry is.
Big score as a result. Cameron Cash, the junior from Pittsburgh.
This is Cameron's forward 3.5 somersault pike. Again, 3.1 degree of difficulty. So, does a great job with the entry. As you're listening, you can hear the diving board, and it kind of makes that sound where it kind of clunks, and it's not quite the right timing, so it's not quite as high as it could be. But I'm being nitpicky, but he's got the great entry and finish to it, which helps.
Big scores.
Yeah.
72.85 for Cash. Here's Dylan Reed. The senior will round out the second round. This is his lowest degree of difficulty. He's got 3 at 3.0.
Yeah, so this is, you know, you got to do one from each of the 5 categories. You get to double up on one. This is his back 2.5 somersault pike. So he's going to face backwards, rotate 2.5 times backward in the pike position, and then hopefully go in the water with that clean rip entry up and down and vertical. And and does a good job with that. It'll be interesting to see what the judges do with that, because he comes out a little bit too early and he's got some pike to his body, and then he tries to arch to make sure he gets there. And I think that's going to cause the scores to be slightly lower than where they could be.
Reed now sitting in 4th place through round 2 at the ACC Swimming and Diving Championship. Welcome back. Here's our standings in Greensboro so far through 2 dives. Cameron Cash, who was 2nd in the prelims, leading Miami's Farouk just by, what, 3/10 of a point. Good battle here as we get to round number 3. Jacob Fisher, Virginia Tech.
This is the first of the reverse category we're going to see. So he's going to go forward, rotate back towards the diving board. Does a good job with that. It's moving a little too far away from the springboard, so it's got a little bit of distance to it, but he does a nice job to wait and get it up and down. But as we've heard those really good entries, that one was up and down, but it didn't have that same sound, and it also was a little splashier.
So the judges they got ears too.
Yeah, you got a lot of things going on. You're watching, you're listening, you're hearing, you're using all of your senses to try and come up with what your score is.
Vasquez, ACC Men's Diver of the Week. He shared the honors with Dylan Reed on January 15th.
And again, I think you could hear it that time, right? Better entry, yes. A little stompy on the diving board, but just a really good job of letting it go up. Now, body shape-wise, a little bit not quite as pretty in that pike, maybe a little bit of knees to me. That's me being picky, but does a nice job in the entry.
I see the power of Aranza in Rodolfo, the freshman. Her sister will go for the three-peat later on in this championship. Max Fowler, as we mentioned, battling some illness, but still performing.
Yeah, so he's going to do a standing forward 2.5 somersault in the pike position. Again, it's going to be a 2.4 degree of difficulty, but doing it standing, I think just trying to manage his energy level there, but really good, nice, well-executed dive. But without the hurdle, it doesn't go as high, so the judges' scores are a little lower.
He had a 3.8 originally. How does that change work?
Well, you can make that change, but then you start talking about degree of difficulty down to 2.4. You add the 2 highest, throw out the 2 highest and the 2 lowest, you keep those 3 scores in the middle and multiply by the degree of difficulty. That correction factor makes a big difference.
Mohamed Farouk from the University of Miami, just slightly off the lead, heading into round 3.
And I think this is a big dive for him, the reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. Again, you notice that it's still moving a little too far away from the springboard, and then as he goes through the water, I think he puts his head down a little bit, and so that makes the entry change, and you get that kind of that splash that gets thrown up out of it. And again, it's not a bad miss, but it is a miss that makes a difference in where you're going to go and where you're going to end up.
Reflected right there in the numbers, 51 points. Ben Nguyen from Notre Dame.
That's the first of his twisting dives. That's a forward 2.5 somersaults with just 1 twist. That's 3.0 degree difficulty, so a little lower, but a very nice dive, high and super clean and accurate on the finish, and pulls that water down as he goes through with his pike.
That was impressive. 67.5. Irish are having a very good championship here. Calderaro.
He's going to do his 3rd hurdle in a row here, do a forward 3.5 somersaults pike. So he is so high. I want you to look at where he finishes the 3rd somersaults and starts let's go. He is at the springboard level before he comes out, and that whole last somersault is just half to reach and go for the entry so that you can put it away. That was great.
71.3. He's up to 215 on the board. Here's Cameron Cash, the leader after round 2.
So forward 2.5 with 1 twist. Again in pike, 3.0 degree difficulty. his hands are on this evening. So you talk about entries into the water. Now it's moving a little bit to the right of the springboard. It's not quite directly in front. We'll see how the judges handle that, but again, it's a very nice dive.
67.5. About where it should be?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty well done. And we have really good, well-trained judges that are here. You know, all of them have been through the international certification for judging, which that makes a difference.
Calderaro's grabbed a lead now, about 3 points. Here's the final dive of round 3, Dylan Reed.
Dylan is going to do a forward 3.5 somersaults pike here, just 3.1 degree difficulty. And again, that's a good dive. It's just a little bit short on his body shape, not quite all the way out, but really well controlled and finished. Look how high they finish. Wow. It's really impressive.
Here's the good news. We're only halfway through the 3-meter diving competition. Good one for Dylan Reed. Welcome back. Here's the standings. It is Calderaro by just about 3 points ahead of Cash. Reed, though, right back in the mix in third through the midpoint now, round 4. Some of the divers who will step up in difficulty, including Fisher. This will be his most difficult dive at 3.5.
So he's doing a reverse 3.5 somersault tuck. So we're going to look at his hurdle a little bit here as he comes down on the end of the diving board, because he's just to that left-hand corner. Does a great job of not panicking and being patient and getting it moving. And now I think as he unfolds, he lets go with his upper body and then kicks his legs. So that, to me, would bring that down in the scores more in that satisfactory range. But does a really good job to scramble from not a great takeoff.
Vasquez.
So he's got his back 2.5 somersaults pike. So I think as he's doing this now, to me, he looks like his knees are a little soft. And what I would mean by that is that he's got a little crimp in his knees there where they're not completely straight in his pike position. And if you as a judger can see that while it's going on, that is a deduction of 1/2 to 2 points that you're going in there.
Well,
kind of
that might be the reason right there.
Yeah.
As Jason has been an international judge, diving expert, great analysis. Here's Max Fowler. He is a 2.8 here.
So he's doing a standing reverse 2.5 somersault tuck. We've seen most of the guys do it pike or doing a 3.5 somersault. But, you know, not feeling that great, but still doing this, what is a kind of a lead up for him here and a nice skill. But he leaves it just a little bit short. And again, we're talking about form. It's those split tuck with the feet are outside of the shoulders. So that is actually a deduction again, also that 1/2 to 2 points.
Mohamed Farouk from the University of Miami, the sophomore.
So he's doing his back 2.5 somersaults pike here again. So he's starting backwards, rotating backwards 2.5 times in that pike position. Good. It's a little bit short, and this is I think the hard part for these guys is that you have to be really aware of when you see your spot and come out, what you see visually, looking at the dive board and let go. Now he's a little bit short, and it ends up not quite getting to vertical. If that's 2 degrees more vertical, it maybe is 7s, but it's that little bit of variability and trying to figure out how high am I, what do I have to do, and how do I reach.
Ben Nguyen from Notre Dame.
Also, same dive. It's that 205B. It's the back 2.5 somersault pike. And he unfolded a little bit and then reached a little too far, so it carries over on there. So again, these little details matter, and you do thousands of lead ups on 1 meter, doing back 1.5 pike and coming out at the right time and doing that. That was just a little bit of a miss because it's a little too far over.
Here's our leader through the first 3 rounds. Calderaro, the sophomore from Rome, Italy.
And I think these next 2 dives for him are really important. This is a back 2.5 somersault pike again. It's that same dive we just seen 2 in a row. Let's see if he can put his in that vertical category on the entry. And he can. Wow. So again, this is a very, it's a game of inches, right? Now, I also think his knees in that first somersault are a little slightly bent, and the judges may pick up on that, but that entry is pretty clean.
67.5. He's got 282.8 through 4. With just 2 more to go. In round 4, Cameron Cash. He started this round about 3 points back of Calderaro.
Now he's doing a forward 2.5 somersaults with 2 twists. So he's doing a, what we call a double out. He's going to do front 2.5 with 2 twists in the pike position. And again, he did a great job with that. I think that's moving a little bit off to the right-hand side of the diving board just because he lands on that right-hand corner just a little bit, but does a really good job there. But one of the things you didn't hear from him on that was the hands that he's had on every other entry, so not quite as impressive.
He's at 282.05. He's just behind Calderaro, but certainly within striking distance, to say the least. Here's Dylan Reed to round out round 4.
So his next dive here is the inward 2.5 somersault pike at 3.0 degree of difficulty. I think it moves just a little bit away from the springboard as far as his hips on that start, and so as he goes to the water, he reaches a little bit under, and it just washes a tiny bit over, but a very good effort.
We'll update the standings for you when we come back with round 5 from Greensboro. We have 2 dives to go to determine the ACC champion in the 3-meter on the men's side. Calderaro leads, you see, by just 75/100ths of a point over Cash. Here's Jacob Fisher.
And a nice inward 2.5 somersault pike here from Jacob. He gets it nice and tight in that pike and nice and straight up and down. It just finishes a little lower into the water. I'd like to see him finish higher so that he gets more power on the takeoff and the start. But again, good scores, 7s, an 8 in there. That'll work.
Here's the freshman, Vasquez from North Carolina.
He is currently doing a forward 2.5 with a full twist in the pike position again. I think what you can say is that the program that he and Aranza both come from teaches them how to jump and go very high. Needs to be a little bit cleaner with some body shapes and positions in there and a little better entry, but big power in there. Lots of good things coming for him.
One of his best dives we've seen. Now Max Fowler from Georgia Tech.
So he's going to change again from the back 2.5 somersault pike. He's going to change down to a back 1.5 somersault tuck. And again, the degree of difficulty goes from 3.0 to 1.9. So that makes a difference as far as the calculations as once you get those execution scores in there. But I applaud the effort of getting up there and doing that. It sounds like he's not feeling great at all, and I've been there. It's not fun, but shown a lot of heart just being able to get up there and compete.
That's a pretty good score considering the circumstances for Max Fowler, the freshman, making his debut here in the ACC championship. Here's Mohamed Farouk.
So His next dive is an inward 3.5 somersault tuck, so he's going to up the degree of difficulty from what we've seen from other people's inward action. So he's going to do an extra flip in the tuck position, and it's 3.4. That's going to work out well for him. It's a little bit early off the diving board instead of getting that full push and extension, so it finishes a little lower and not quite the clean entry, but the takeoff is in great balance. It just needs a little more extension up there.
Got a good score out of it, 71.4 for Farouk. With one more dive to go, it will be his most difficult, 3.8 next time out. Ben Nguyen.
So this is the reverse 2.5 somersault pike, so he's going to go forward and rotate back towards the diving board. Good, and you see him not quite get to the end of the diving board, so he's a little bit back, so he's got to kind of push it away a little bit extra. And because of that, it ends up just a little bit distance short and throwing that water forward, because the rotation, you think of it as you're going uphill, right? It wants to come back down, so that water's throwing away from him.
Calderaro has 2 dives to go. They're both of lower difficulty at 3.0. And either Cash, who's got a 3.5 left, or Reed, who has a 3.5 left. We'll see how that plays into it. He's got a slim lead on Cash.
Execution, execution, execution. You have to do your dives well, and what those things the judges are looking for. And that's going to get good scores. I don't think they're going to be very good because it's still a little bit of push away from the diving board there, and the knees aren't quite straight as he comes up. And it's good on the finish, but it's not great just because it still kicks and throws a little bit of water and going over there. That's going to keep it out of the 8 ranges, but it's going to get it in the 7 range, which is still going to be a good total when you multiply.
Right on the money again, my friend. 64.5. He's at the 347.3. That's the number Cash has to eclipse to take the lead heading to the final round. This is his toughest dive at 3.5.
Yeah, so we're talking about, again, this is going to be 1 extra somersault in the tuck position, so we're reverse 3.5 somersault tuck. Came to play this evening. I like that. It's a little stomping on the end of the diving board, so it's not quite as high as it possibly could be, and he ends up waiting, and unfolding and just a little bit short of vertical, but does a really good job with that 6.5, 7 range. But the higher degree of difficulty may pay off a little bit for him there.
Well, it will, because he has taken the lead now with 1 dive to go. Cameron Cash is your leader. His teammate, Dylan Reed, the senior. He'll have his toughest dive on his final dive coming up.
So this one is a reverse 2.5 somersault pike, same one we saw Renato do a couple dives ago. 3.0. Again, I like it. I think it still moves a little too far away from the springboard for me. I'd like to see it just slightly closer, but he does a good job of being very accurate and getting it up and down. Good, satisfactory, somewhere in that range, just not quite everything that it could have been, but close.
Good scores. He remains in 3rd place, however, behind his teammate, who's in 1st right now. And the exciting sophomore from Italy, Renato Calderaro, with 1 more dive to go. Reed will have his most difficult at 3.5 coming up here, Jason, whereas Calderaro and Cash are at 3.0 in terms of their difficulty with just 1. Now, as we look at the stats, he's got a lead of a little more than 5, actually 6 points. Is that an ability to overcome that with 1 dive to go? Is there an ability?
Yeah, I mean, definitely anything could happen in here, right? If you are a little bit off, it's that game of inches. If it's a little short of your vertical, and you don't really get that same entry. So I think all top three guys are all in play. depending upon how they execute their dive. Remember, we're trying to get those scores in the 8.5 to 9.5, very good range.
He's exactly, actually, 6.5 points up on Calderaro. Here's Fisher.
So this is a twisting dive that you don't see a ton of anymore, but this one is actually a reverse 3.5 somersaults with a half twist. So you see him do the half twist, and then it really becomes kind of a inward 3.5 tuck once he's done the half twist and gets it moving. I don't like that tuck position, and really it's kind of flat feet, legs apart, and you see that as he turns into it. So kind of the lower scores in there, some of that is just form.
Vasquez's final dive here, making his entry as a freshman, and good for him to get to the ACC final.
Yeah.
Jason is a freshman.
So this is his dive that he does 2 of in the same category. It's a forward 2.5 somersault with 2 twists. Again. So you've got this movement, and there's Arranza there. I like that movement, the nice moving correction, getting it going fast, coming out that way. But watch as he comes out to square. He separates his feet, kind of does a X square instead of just keeping his legs together, and those little details kind of take some points off, keep it in satisfactory.
300, almost 50 points in his debut. And he gets high five from his coach. Here's Max Fowler. We mentioned not feeling well, and really giving it all he's got here to participate after advancing to the final earlier this morning.
Yeah, so he's changing this to a 403B and inward 1.5 somersault pike. And it's all right. It's a little bit arch going into the water. The takeoff and the balance is great. The pike position is very nice. I just don't like the arch body going in there, but good effort, and scrambling for just getting up there and being able to get through.
Cheer for this guy. Not feeling well. He doesn't look well. You could see he's kind of white.
Yeah.
And he went out there and performed. He got to the final, and you deserve that.
Yeah, he earned that.
Wow, his teammates are going to be impressed, and everybody, competitors, the athletes, hearing that story. Mohamed Farouk from the University of Miami. This is his most difficult dive at 3.8. Matches the most difficult of the evening for anybody.
Yeah, so this is a forward 4.5 somersault in the tuck position, 3.8 degree difficulty. And again, you can see big things in there for him. He will be representing Egypt in the Olympics. He's earned that spot at the Doha, at the World Championships. That's a really good effort here in the end, getting some 8s and 7s on there. Nice dive and way to finish, and he over 90 points in that first.
That's our best one, right?
Yeah.
91.2. We have not seen a score like that. He's got 409 points, and the U well represented. Good job for Farouk. Van Nieuwen now from Notre Dame.
His last one is a forward 2.5 somersaults with 2 twists in the pike position again. I'm just so impressed with his diving. Every time I see him, I think, gosh, he's so powerful. He jumps high. His body shape is well. His feet are together. His legs are straight. He just is very pretty aesthetic diver to watch, and he's got good entries.
Good number, good score. Now we are down to the final 3. Calderaro was leading through the 4th round. He is 6.5 points back of Cash heading into this, his final dive.
So his final dive is a 405B. It's the inward 2.5 somersault pike. We've already seen several of these already. 3.0 degree difficulty. So we're hoping for execution scores in the 8.5s. Very good, 9.5 range. And I don't think that that's going to get there. It's going to be a little bit to the left, and it's not quite the clean entry. But if we see it from the front here, you see him kind of move just to the left-hand side of the diving board and kind of splashy on the entry and didn't get those great hands. So the door is at least open.
He's actually behind Farouk now.
Yeah.
Farouk has taken over the lead at 4:09. Opportunity here for both Cash and Reed. Cash the leader through 5 rounds.
So this is his back 2.5 somersault pike. So he hasn't done any from that direction. So he's got to go backwards, 2.5 somersaults pike, and try to put that phenomenal entry in this hands that we've been hearing most of the night for him. And that's going to get good scores. I think it's going to be 8s, maybe 8.5. It's just a little bit far away from the diving board, but look at that pike. He's really deep. He comes out at the right time. It's vertical and up and down. That's a nice job, and love it. The Pitt Panthers are happy and excited there.
He has about an 89-point lead now on his teammate with the final dive of the night coming for Dylan Reed.
But this is where we got to remember, his last dive is 3.5 degree difficulty. It's a reverse 1.5 somersaults with 3 1/2 twists. It can be a very aesthetically pleasing dive to watch.
And score.
And score. It's going to be really, 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 really close. I don't know if he's going to get everything he needs, but he did a really good job, and that's a 1-2 finish. Look at the Panthers and how excited they are. What an awesome job. And Coach Katie and the University of Pittsburgh doing an amazing job here. I'm so excited for them. And again, the conversation I had with her earlier was like, if there's a time for it to happen for somebody, this is the time.
So,
and
impressive. Cameron Cash gets the ACC championship. His teammate finishes second. We'll be back to talk with the winner when we return to Greensboro right after this on the ACC Network. Welcome back. The champion for the Atlantic Coast Conference in the 3-meter diving is this man, the junior. Enjoy it. His name is Cameron Cash. Cameron, you were down very slightly through 4 rounds. Were you aware where you stood, and how'd you do it, especially with that big dive in the 5th round and then the 6th round?
I was a little nervous, but it's all in the love of the game. I have my friends and family here supporting me. I have my coach Katie here, best support of all. And just gotta enjoy every single dive, every single process, every single step.
Cameron, I'm so happy for you. Congratulations. That was fantastic. I was sitting next to Katie earlier today and talking to her, and she's like, you do everything right in the pool. And I think your team, all of the Panthers this weekend, I've seen you grow over the last several years. What's that mean for you to be a leader on this team? Because obviously as a junior, you're helping set the tone, but how do you do that?
It really means a lot to me. I mean, when I first came in here, it was a completely different team, and this team has just formed to just a family, and it's been wonderful to be a part of.
Great job. Congratulations. You are a champion in the ACC.
Thank you.
3-meter. And his pal Dylan Reed also finishes on the podium. The women tonight, another Virginia story. A sweep, including an American record for Gretchen Walsh in the 100 butterfly at 48.25. Congrats to Ella Nelson in the IM and Amy Canny as well in the freestyle. So as you might imagine, Todd DeSorbo's team has increased their lead over Louisville now through 11 events. NC State is sitting in 3rd place in the women's standings. As for the men tonight, look at this. Across the board, 4 different universities are celebrating. Ponsler in the IM for the Wolfpack. How about Ramadan repeat of the butterfly for the Hokies? Giuliano, another championship gold here in Greensboro in the 200 free. And then Cameron Cash in a very exciting diving competition, besting his teammate Dylan Reed, but the Panthers getting the 1-2 spots in the diving. So NC State's got a good lead here, but Notre Dame's a big story. They're in 2nd. They've never finished higher than 3rd. Virginia Tech is 3rd at 469. Louisville right there as well in the battle for the top 4. and it's going to be exciting. We still have 2 more nights to go of action. Tomorrow we'll have the butterfly, the 100 backstroke, the 100 breaststroke. Then we'll go back to the women with their final diving event. Can Marquez pull it off and finish another three-peat? That'll be a story tomorrow, along with the medley relay. We thank you for joining us. Hope you enjoyed tonight's coverage on the ACC network of the men's and women's swimming and diving championships. It's been impressive. So far, it's NC State and Virginia leading the pack. For Amy Van Dyken and Jason Fallon, my name is Craig Minervini. Thanks for joining us, and we'll look here tomorrow night from the Greensboro Aquatic Center. So long, everybody.